just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give and I mean it. Need it, need the kind of love you give, I mean it. Need it, I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Think about my body like the ocean. I know that the deeper that we go, the more I open. Emotional motion, on the roller coaster. Round and round we go till we find the resolution. Some people need diamonds, some people need gold. I'm not materialistic, I just need your life. I don't wanna wait to figure out if you're the one. While you're on my mind, I think I'll call, I got a question. Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Someone who gon' love my body. Tell me, are you that somebody? 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 Baby, love me, 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 love me.
Remember when you ended me? You left with a big smile on your face. In death there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. You had to come in. You had to come in. Remember when you ran from me? Now I've caught you in my web. Don't try to struggle free. It's nothing personal. It's you, not me. You, not me. Oh, Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get.
who's back to blow your mind. But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out there. on a mystic way of life, unsure where we going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky, watching the stars collide, watching them. Watching the stars collide, watching the staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side.
Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Sin. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know.
你没事吧？你没事吧？你没事吧？没事吧？你没事吧？没事吧 ？OK， 各位召唤师，全体目光向我看齐，看我，看我啊！我宣布个事儿，可能因为4强的比赛太精彩，我不得不身披复活甲，重新归来。我保证，这真的是本赛季最后一期观赛指南。不得不说 ，JDG 和69哥这个赛季的表现真可谓是极力拉扯，关键局的圣枪洗礼滑步定生死， 决胜局把The Shy 的剑魔打到天神下凡。在4强复活甲之争中，虽然憾负 RNG， 但还有背水一战的机会。不管你当时是想帮我说话，还是想踩我2脚，我九某人落子无悔，黑白说话。OK， 反正不关我事儿，我怕吃到 AOE 要避开强势机，何况那晚我早睡了。话分两头。RNG 在4强第2轮和理想型打野可纳维的鏖战中，以王者之姿拿下比赛，又一次精彩的让2追3。其实目前局势已经很明朗了，剩下的比赛无非就是 TES 围剿 RNG， 收手霸主，外面都是滔博哥。让我们把目光聚焦 V5 和 TES， 仔细想想，369、卡萨、左手和阿水全部挺进4强，他们组个战队应该很不错吧？感觉世界赛至少4强。如果拥有他们的战队仅能在下系赛1轮游，那么主教练的含金量是……玩笑归玩笑，在4强的第1轮交手中，复仇者联盟 V5 气势如虹，拿下2把，复活甲近在咫尺，最后一把的胜利可谓探囊。发生什么事了？我复活甲呢？我不知道啊！我复活甲呢？这打着呀 ！TES 凭借 Wayward 聪明的墨菲特，成功帮助乔丹戒网瘾，天不仅亮了，而且50已到。总之，这个春天的一切悬念都将悉数揭晓。作为本赛季最后一期观赛指南，请允许我为各位召唤师献上真诚的祝愿。你们要开心，你们要幸福，好不好？开心啊，幸福。这个赛季没有我了没关系，你们要幸福。召唤师没有你们我怎么活呀？召唤师。
To the LPL playoffs. We're here in the lower bracket finals, our second to last game. We're almost finished with the LPL playoffs here in spring, but we have one more team to decide who will make it to the finals. My name is Muchballs. I'm joined by Dagda and Lyric as we head into our penultimate games. How are you guys doing? Lyric, over to you first, because you're pretty much fresh off of a flight coming back from Ireland, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Just got home. I think it was almost exactly 24 hours ago. Kind of sad that I didn't get to be part of the coffee table, which got a lot of good comments. I don't know any other broadcast-friendly way to describe
questionable comments.
Yeah, I don't know any other way to describe those comments, but still happy to be here.
I mean, Dagda, you're a coffee table aficionado. How does online match can give some of the revelry, at very least, of the coffee table? Let's look at our bracket, though, as we've got League of Legends to talk about today, chaps. We are almost through our playoffs, and it has been a long one. We started almost a month ago on the 26th of March, just 6 days off of a full month ago. We're going into our second to last game. You can see V5 versus Top Esports, and it's been a hell of a journey for a couple of these teams. V5, getting knocked to the lower bracket, now making it through towards our lower bracket final. Top Esports, on the other hand, this will be their, 5th series of playoffs so far. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports have been kind of going the distance, making sure they can play as many games as possible, but it kind of feels like they're the odd man out, right? When you look towards like RNG and V5, the two teams that finished in first and second, still sitting with that chance to make it into the finals, it does feel like Top Esports are trying to play underdog right now.
Yeah, and I gotta say, right, things are looking so good for V5, because last year, always the team who lost in that first round went straight to the lower bracket is the team who goes to the final. So I'm going to kind of stick with that. I do have a V5 jersey, not a Top Esports jersey, so it might be slightly biased. But, yeah, V5, I think, looking much better in their last series. So I have some confidence today, gents.
Well, I will say, I would have a Top Esports jersey, but I have struggled to get my hands on one. The only jersey I've managed to get is Suning. I've desperately wanted Top Esports for a while now. But let's take a quick look at one of those Top Esports games, because you mentioned whoever lost that first round, went through the lower bracket, won last time around. Well, that was RNG. And Top Esports played against RNG and ended up losing. RNG have taken the fast route to the finals this time around. Top Esports felt the wrath of that. But for a lot of this series, guys, it felt like Top Esports had the advantage. In the early games, it felt like Top Esports were pushing forwards. But then once it got to the mid-game, everything got really pear-shaped, Jordan.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane, right? I mean, we saw the series. I believe Dom tweeted out that like it felt like a 4-0 for the side of Top Esports, and that's definitely what the games looked like. Their early games have been spectacular, playing off the pressure that Knight is able to give. Tien looking good, and just overall having the pieces together, looking like the best early game team that we've had in playoffs. But I'd say the dimensions of the Top Esports playstyle, the shenaniganry that has been there through every lineup is still there with this one. They still, I think, play very much for like either outplays or hands difference once we get to the mid game and don't really play out correctly around the map.
Yeah, I think Munch coined the term shenaniganability, which was what he wanted to use to describe Top Esports and how they play. But that's the problem, right? Like, because they're always trying to like force these plays, they end up overextending, they end up not having that fight turn their way. Maybe they don't burn a flash at the right time, or they're not able to like outplay their opponents in the manner they want. So even though they get these early leads, it feels like Top Esports end up falling down. And especially for Top Esports, who have like gone the distance here, who are really trying to push themselves in towards a final, it's kind of heartbreaking to see that when they get these early leads, it doesn't always go their way. And I think RNG, when it came down to this series, were just able to outperform them in those team fights, win out on the burger flips the Top Esports went for. And unfortunately, Top now find themselves in this game against V5, hoping they can make the magic strike twice.
And to RNG's credit, right, I do think RNG look like a very smart team at playing the map. Like once we get to the mid game like situations, the problem for RNG is their early game. It just has not been it pretty much all tournament long. Way especially, I think, really struggling. But good to see that RNG still have the smarts to be able to set up the right lane allocations, know their win conditions, and hopefully they can shore up some of those early game weaknesses going into the final.
Yeah, it felt like, honestly, a lot of the strength for RNG and the strengths for Top Esports were opposite to their opponent's weaknesses, right? Where Top Esports super good in the early game, RNG kind of struggling in the early game, but then once you get to the mid game and the late game, that whole scale flipped around and RNG were the ones on top. So, bit of a rough series for Top Esports, but a very different series to the one prior to that. Dagda, I'm going to throw this one to you because this feels like deja vu to me. We're V5 versus Top Esports once again, and last time around, there was a lot of chaos in the early game.
Yeah, it was absolutely mental, right? Like, it was very much both teams trying to see who could get control over that mid-jungle and then allowing that to impact their side lane. So, honestly, I expect a lot of the same coming into today, where we're trying to see if we can get, like, things like the Hecarim Orianna that V5 were able to get in game number 1, where they were to take over, they were looking for these quick early skirmishes as soon as they hit 6, and that was where they really started to shine. But you could see even in game 2 onwards, where Top Esports started to get a bit more control. They were the ones that were able to dictate the pace of the map. Top Esports very much able to take over the game. And even if you look at like game 2, it was a very much V5 trying to crawl their way slowly but surely back into the game and kind of play off of the fact, as we said, Top Esports mid game hasn't exactly been the cleanest.
Even though their mid game hasn't been the cleanest, the one thing that stood out to me with this series is the fact that Top Esports adapt really well throughout the series in terms of their game plan, right? Focusing the mid jungle, banning out Rookie, not really contesting Karsa or banning out the Hecarim, which has been his most played champion, letting that one through because they know it wasn't an issue if they can find those early game leads. So, I mean, hopefully TS can kind of bring that into today's series, some better adaptability, which I don't feel like we saw when they were playing up against RNG. I feel like RNG outdrafted them in a lot of the games that were played. But if Top Esports can go back to what made them strong and what set V5 behind, then I think they'll be faring a lot better today.
Yeah, I want to take a closer look at those drafts as well, because it did feel like across the course of this V5 Top Esports series, we saw Rookie feeling the pinch, right? You can see some of the highlighted bans across the course of this series. As the series went on, game number 3, game number 4, you can see so many mid lane bans going towards Rookie to the point where he was pushed on things like this Victor, where he can't have that early game influence.
Yeah, like, seriously, game 1 mid lane ban from Top Esports. Game 3, they go to 3 mid lane bans, and then game 4 and 5, 4 bans towards Rookie. They knew exactly what they had to do to shut this man out. Don't give him the Orianna. He's undefeated on it. He's too good. And taking away some of those other priority picks. And Dagda, I know you don't like the Victor pick.
I cannot stand this Victor pick. I think I've brought it up every series we've had so far in playoffs. I just think it gives you absolutely nothing to play around in the mid lane, especially when you're looking at that mid jungle. And you can see as like you're looking at the bands on your screen, right? It's things that can do well in like supporting Karsa were what we're taking away, right? The Orianna from game 1 that popped off, the Ari, the Syndra, the Galio, things that can like work well with these kind of Hecarim picks. But you could see that once you got rid of these problem childs for Rookie, well then it didn't matter what Karsa was playing because he didn't get the support. TN on things like the Trundle was able to take over in that jungle matchup. And I think again this will be a game plan coming into this series where focus Rookie, see if you can push him onto things like the Victor, and then you open up the Akalis, the Rises for Knight, so we can have these big impact in team fights and also in opening up the map and playing towards the side lanes for top esports.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they're going to be able to find this mix. We have a couple of clips from the V5 Top Esports series as well of the fact that Top Esports were able to have this impact while Rookie was stuck in the mid lane.
Yeah, and right, that's the big thing. And in this first clip, it's not only about Knight moving, Rookie being stuck in that mid lane, but also the fact that even just Knight being able to zone him out, allowing TN to successfully get off these invades, because through a lot of the regular split, TN will just invade. It doesn't matter if his lanes have prio or not. So if they can put the enemy laner on something that isn't able to follow, TN doesn't become as coin flippy as we saw in the regular season.
Yeah,
I mean,
TN is not afraid. He's not afraid like that.
I was going to say, even as coin flippies we saw in this series, right? Like, or even over the course of playoffs, we see one Lee Sin game where he goes like 0-6. The very next Lee Sin game, he's 10-1. Like, he can completely change from time to time. So I think the best thing that you can look for top esports is trying to find these better matchups for them so you can kind of weight that coin flip in their favor.
I feel like this is true for both of the junglers as well. Like, both Tien and Karsa have had one game of playoffs where they just went insane, right? The Viego for Karsa, the Lee Sin for Tien. But I do want to talk positively about V5. I feel like we've been kind of harsh on V5 for most of this segment so far. So let's talk about how they changed gears in the series up against JDG and went for way more proactive mid-jungles across the course of the series.
Yeah, I was really impressed with how much they kind of kicked it up a gear with their mid jungle. It felt like after the top esports series, they kind of copped how they needed to try and synergize a little bit better through the mid lane. And as you can see, like having these picks like the Twisted Fate, they can set up super well for Lee Sin, the Rises as well, that can give those gangs towards the mid lane. It felt like they had kind of woken up to the fact of how important mid jungle has been all playoffs long, and then allowing that influence to spread across the map. And not only is Rookie kind of benefiting as a factor of that as well, Karsa as well on the Viego was able to pick up the 17 kill Viego game where he actually got the record for the most kills in an LPL game.
Yeah, it was great to see, especially I want to highlight on that Rise pick because that was something we had a lot of question marks on going into their series against JDG because Rookie only played it twice all split despite the fact that it had been a priority pick. And we were talking the other day after the broadcast about, Rookie might have anxiety about this pick because there's a very standout moment in 2021 summer where he realm warps his team into certain death. And it seemed like maybe that hesitation, maybe that anxiety pulled over. He was willing to bring it out, which I feel like gives V5 a lot more flexibility to draft and just enables the way they want to play the game.
Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, if you check out the mic check that we put up as well, you can actually see Rookie going, oh god, it was nearly another round warp of death for me. So he definitely having a bit of PTSD around his play on this pick, but he did look spectacular, even if there was one play where he nearly sent them all into 3-6-9's waiting arms. But I still think this Rise pick is just too big of a pick, too important in this in the playoffs to not have that in your arsenal.
Yeah, and talking about the Rise pick, even enabling the side laners, right? Enabling people like Rich, enabling people like Vodic, I feel like is one of the biggest importances going into today's match.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I want to talk about the side laners quickly before, because I know we're going to be getting into picks and bans very shortly. We're talking about Rookie and Knight. We're talking about the junglers and how these 2v2s need to work out. Well, Rich and Photic, Wayward and Jackie Love need to be more stable if these mid-jungles are going to be able to control the game. Because across the course of the last V5 versus Top Esports series, we saw time and time again. Kills in the laning phase during these side lanes, and it wasn't necessarily in matchups that should be having solo kills. I mean, Lyric, we were talking about this before, especially up in that top lane. These were not necessarily counter picks, and there was a lot of solo kills going across.
No, we were having matchups like Gnar against Graves, Kennen against Graves, Kennen against Malphite, matchups where again, you don't really expect 1v1 kills to be coming through, but they were coming through every single game. Even in the bot side, 2v2 kills across the board, pretty much every single game, one bot lane finding ahead over the other. And when we're talking about both teams, but especially for V5, that, hey, there's a high likelihood today that top esports ban you out. We need to start seeing the side laners who should be able to get on comfort picks start stepping up and being primary carries for the team, which we know they all could. Like Rich having a standout regular season, Photic, I think, coming more online in playoffs. And on the other side, I mean, Wayward and Jackie Love have been complete chads. I'd say for Wayward, obviously this split, and then Jackie Love across his career.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of understand as well, like, when it's coming from people like Photic or Wayward, right? The newer guys that are coming in, to kind of like trying to make a name for themselves in playoffs, right? Maybe the jitters get to you a bit, but we do have some good veterancy on either side, right? Like you look at Rich, the faker of HOTS, like this guy was coming in, you're like, oh, we expect big things from him. He's been in these high pressure situations before, and I mean, to be honest, like as you can see in your, it hasn't really been working out for them at all. Where Rich is going these kind of coin flip routes, trying to overextend, take fights that he shouldn't, and getting caught out pretty consistently. And then as well, when you look at Jackie Love, right, like that RNG series, they were kind of just getting manhandled in the bot lane for the majority of that series by Gala and Ming. They did get some back in game number 4, but it really did feel like they weren't really getting the position to make the plays work. So I think realistically, I'm kind of looking at those veterans to step up and be like, hey, look, you've been able to perform in these clutch situations before. There's no reason why that inconsistency should be sinking in now.
Yeah, and I think inconsistency is the big word to take away from this, right? Is that the side lanes have had great games, they've had bad games as well, but it's about time we head towards the game. But before we can do that, we got to talk predictions. I'm sticking with top esports as I have for the whole of playoffs.
I like Hysterics.
Would have joined my side. Hysterics, he's played TFT at this point with his blue orb. I feel like I'm doomed, though, because Orgs, he's got, what, 3 predictions?
Correct.
Right? The whole of playoffs, and now he's joined me? This is a disaster.
Ox is absolutely sprinting in the predictions. I'm not doing much better, but Ox is definitely the worst. I have to go back to V5, though. I mean, man, you just can't doubt Rookie, especially after the performance they just had, but Munch, you're doomed.
Yeah, I feel like for Ox, he's kind of been walking the line of any new color cast that comes into the LPL. Me and Lyric held hands into last place very consistently over the last few splits. And it's just a case of, it's like a rite of passage to join as an analyst in the LPL. But yeah, I think Hysterics did end up voting V5 in the end. So at least we can add him to our side of the equation. But with the amount of emote spamming that Wayward's done, Ox is always on his side.
As always, predictions should come from your heart, not from your head. That's going to be it from us. We'll be joining you after game number 1. But for now, I'm going to pass it over to Asheen and Orcs to head into game number 1 of our lower bracket.
Thank you so much to Munch, Dagda, and Lyric. We're still here in the office. We get to physically be beside each other. It feels good, man.
Yeah, doesn't feel good though, me getting roasted on my predictions.
I was going to say, they went in
but
hard.
It's like a coin. A coin would have done better than me. That is the thing.
Literally,
if
by
I had
definition.
said from the start, I'm just going to flip a coin and decide on that, I would have done better. A little bit painful, but
it's a little bit painful, but we are jumping. Whoa! Okay, never mind. A lot to break down here. Top esports on the blue and the red. Tell me what you see here. Tell me what you're interested in.
So bans, I don't think anything too crazy. We talked a lot about the mid lane bans. See towards Rookie, Lee Sin denied from China for that banger game, Leona away from PP God, and then we see the Xayah picked up, and I think this trade-off is something we're going to see throughout the series. Xayah Aphelios between V5 and top esports. Ultimately, it's a situation where we don't see Photic playing the Xayah. So we'll probably see that trade-off coming on. Xayah Rakan, pretty strong. Aphelios, Nautilus, and then the trade-off these junglers. Nothing too crazy coming out. And going in the second rotation, V5 obviously have the option to get counter pick for themselves.
Yeah, and we can already see now they're kind of focusing in on Wayward for V5, saying, look, we're not going to give you an incredibly easy matchup. The Tryndamere, the Jace, slowly working towards those top lane bans to see what they can do. And honestly, like you said, they could give Rich the counter pick, but they could also give it to Rookie. Again, Rookie is someone who has consistently been shown to just be an exceptionally powerful laner in his own right. And now we got to see what they want to go for. For Top Esports, where do you want to throw this final ban? Honestly, I was just about to say I wouldn't mind seeing another mid lane ban. Just try and whittle down the mid laners for the side of Rookie.
Honestly, though, here, we actually see the Gnar come out as a blind for Rich. I mean, a lot of top laners banned in the situation. I think Wayward, though, he has lent heavily on this Graves. Really comfortable to take that in that matchup. The interesting one will be what Knight takes in this situation, because we've often seen him lean on, we've often seen the Rise be a big pick. We talked about, well, the Des talked about at the start of the day, a big factor for Top Esports was enabling Knight, having him be that big carry, and it looks like they are just going to lock in that Rise, so very, very strong mid-jungle for Top Esports. They absolutely have the advantage in that regard, and it's up to V5 to try and match that.
Yeah, and we'll see now what this last pick is going to be for the side of Top Esports. They've got a couple of different options. They know they're going into a Gnar. They know they have ways of just dealing with that with the Trundle. So curious to see what they end up locking in at the last second. It could be a Yordle versus Yordle in that top side. You could get the cannon coming in. Of course, has been incredibly prolific for a lot of our top laners so far this playoffs. And honestly, right now for V5, you just got to round it out. You got to find something in the mid lane, something that Rookie can, stand up and be counted on.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like they're hovering the Galio here. We've seen a lot of trade-offs where one team takes Rise, you want to be able to match it, you take the Galio. Particularly we saw in the JDG RNG series, we saw the Galio come out where Shahu just dropped waves to Predator to make sure he was there in the skirmish first. And I think it's really necessary, right? Because when you have this Viego into the Trundle and there's also that Rise, if you don't take something that can be very active in those early skirmishes, you are just going to lose out in the mid-jungle. And that's been the talking point for playoffs. That's been the development of the meta over the course of our knockout stages, is that mid-jungle having that ability to fight, to contest is so incredibly important.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see there as well, like you mentioned, the mid-jungle, you have those skirmishing junglers, the Viego and the Trundle. Trundle should be able to do a decent amount into the Viego in those early stages. Does slightly, favor the Viego the longer the game goes on. He does become more of a carry. Of course, we do remember Karsa on the Viego in one of our previous rounds where he ended up with 17 kills. Absolutely insane, but it does feel like if you're able to get those big ultimates out of the side of V5, they lose a little bit of that momentum. If you lose the Heartbreaker, you lose the Hero's entrance off the Galio, and if you're able to survive that, there should be more ways for Top Esports to kind of turn the fight in their favor.
Well, I say honestly, it can go in the other direction as well, right?
True.
Because you have the quickness from the Rakan, you have the slicing Maelstrom. I think both teams have tools enabled. I do feel like for the side of V5, having the Viego, right, who's able to reset, having the Aphelios, who's a bit more DPS than the Xayah, does mean in the longer fights they'll be comfortable. But ultimately, I feel like a lot of Top Esports games haven't been about who is the better team fighting composition. It's really been about, Top Esports winning out the early, and then when it comes to later, making some mistakes. So they have the tools here, but I feel like V5 can contest, so I'm going to be really honing in on this early game and seeing who comes out ahead.
Yeah, and the great thing about this matchup as well is that we've already seen it. We've seen this already happen so far in the playoffs, and it went all 5 games. Now we get a repeat of it. Will it be a repeat in terms of the result? We'll have to wait and see, but we are jumping onto the Rift for Game 1 of this best of 5. Remember, winner goes into the grand final this Saturday, to play against RNG. Loser is out and waits until summer split. A lot on the line, and it got to feel like for Top Esports, the belief is there. They know they can do it because they've done it before.
100%. I mean, they managed to dismantle V5, and in this situation, it came in with a similar strategy where they're targeting Rookie in the ban phase. They have that strong mid-jungle, and I'm really looking at Tian. We've often seen Tian go for those invades, and an important factor has been having lanes that can follow him up in that manner, which he is going to have here, right? The thing with the Predator Galio is you are going to be able to use that to cheat, essentially. When Rise has the prior, you can essentially just go, oh, screw my waves, I'm going to run there, I'm faster. So I think Top Esports need to be really coordinated when they go for those engages, otherwise they can get caught out by that, especially because Galio, he's so strong in those early skirmishes. If he lands a taunt into a full combo, you're likely just dead.
Well, we were looking at the actual numbers there last week when we were talking about Galio, and it's like 90% on his taunt in terms of AP scaling off of it. There's 90% off of his W. It's like there's a lot of different things there, and it's like, only 75% for his ult, but the longer those kind of, cooldowns come in, especially early on, and you're getting those like big, kind of trades, it can be very significant in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, Fed Galio is just disturbing, honestly, the damage it'll have. What are you going to see with the top lane matchup? I feel like Wayward taking the cannon here, you're pretty comfortable with, right? You will lose eventually to the Gnar on the side lane, but it's not too much of a concern, and you're going to outperform in team fights for the most part. Of course, Rich obviously can get a big ultimate, but with the cannon, you don't have to wait for Mega or anything. You just go for it and find the angle.
Well, let's see what they want to go for. Of course, we've seen a lot of 2v2ing happening, and as we said on the desk as well, stable 2v2 here as well.
And I feel like in the last series, there's a lot of back and forth between these two bot lanes. It wasn't just a sit back and farm lane for either. It felt like both were looking for windows to contest, and we saw that, right? We saw 2v2 kills going in both directions, and I expect more here. You can see with the Zyricon power level 1, especially since Aphelios essentially doesn't have any abilities, Top Esports looking to heavily contest and have control of the lane. But trade coming in.
Trade is coming in. Level 2 for both bot lanes. We do have the Viego coming in. Bacarsa should be spotted out. Knows he's been spotted out, so going to take away that ward and then just walk himself away. But you do have to be very careful. Yes, you are a Xayah Rakan, very powerful in your own right. However, that Nautilus in the 2v2 has a lot of CC.
I think they've just stuffed themselves, right? Because they pushed the lane early, but they weren't able to get the crash because Cast is there, and they're just getting zoned out with this wave, trapped in this position. It is essentially going to bounce back, still be okay. They also have Tian here to offer assistance, but ultimately, already, even just 3 minutes in the game, you're seeing V5 doing everything they can do to find these mana advantages.
And so bot lane, the Photic and PP God are well used to. You can see there, 8 wins, 6 losses, and 8 wins, 5 losses, respectively, on the Aphelios and the Nautilus. They are very, very prolific and very well versed on what this bot lane can and cannot do. And curious to see how they're able to move it around. I will say, we look at the junglers and how they're making that, how they will make that early impact, and it does look like Karsa again just trying to shadow towards this bot side, making sure that his team can get the crash.
Yeah, super important here. Obviously, when you know Tian is around as well, you want to be able to offer that support so they can get the crash in. But I just found it hilarious how many sweeps we saw come out there. Both teams just working so hard to clear out the vision in the river. I think it was like 3 or 4 wards just got cleared in that small passage of play. So teams really centering a lot around this bot lane, which I think makes sense, right? Obviously, if you can snowball the bot lane, it's going to give you a massive advantage. You have these roaming mids who, once 6 comes online, particularly, they'll be able to move down there. And both teams knowing that, Jackie Love or Photic are very valuable players to put resources into.
Yeah, well, we see PP God was just playing keep away there as Photic wanted to get himself a little bit of a cheeky recall, and now PP God's going to try and do the very difficult task of covering the lane while his AD carries away, maybe try and stop the wave just before it crashes so he doesn't lose as much.
I've seen so many supports die trying to deal with
it.
Yeah,
I was going to say.
You're not going to really do it there when there's 2 of them, but I've seen so many supports attempt that and just flat out die as a result. Obviously, there's a lot of value if you can freeze, but if you get the crash and get the reset, so pretty comfortable. One of the nice things as well is that with the Xayah Rakan, you can have like one of you goes ahead and ensures the crash
recall
as you're this channel, and then you just come in and you match. So one of the nice little benefits. A lot of the benefits between Xayah Rakan I feel like have been toned down over time. The power they had on the level 1 together, a lot weaker than it used to be. But there's still things like the longer dash range on your E to get to your ally. There's still things like the shared recall, which, especially when you're talking about how teams have like, we need to reset at this time so we can get to like Herald or something, it can be really powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted to make note there as well. We're already seeing the junglers go back on their first buy. 2 Ruby Crystals and 2 Long Swords, so we can kind of see the difference in terms of what way they're going to go for. But the reason why I brought it up was, well, again, Tien was caught out. He had a sweep. He realized he was on top of a ward. And it is just this constant battle of figuring out where people are, but they don't know where Rookie is. And it's going to be a bit of a problem here for Mark. He can't get the dash away, but can he get himself off? No, I don't believe he can. That's first blood to V5, and that was just smart macro moves.
Yeah, I mean, really nice roam coming out from Rookie, right? Manages to find the opportunity, the extra speed from the Predator, and even hopping over the wall. And then the CC layering. It's actually very hard to kill a Rakan. And I think Mark maybe a little bit overconfident because he didn't opt to flash the taunt. Instead, thought he could dash it. He got interrupted, and then he didn't get a chance to press any buttons after that point. But a good play from V5 that will secure them this first dragon.
Yeah, good play. And again, it's something I always go back to. What does the kill lead to? Is it anything bigger? And it is something bigger as well. But it is going to be a massive moment here, as we can see. It's just CC after CC after CC.
Yeah, and there, like, he goes for the dash, gets interrupted, so he doesn't get to Jackie Love. If he'd flashed it, he would have survived. But I can completely understand it, right? Especially when you're with a Xayah, you have the longer range dash. you got to try and maintain your summon if you can, but a good proactive play. And so far, we talked about the mid laners trying to get enabled on the map. V5 are first to do it, but there was a cost. If you look at the mid lane CS discrepancy, a difference of 60.
Oh, Photic, he's going to probably have to lose something here. Possibly his flash and his heal, but yeah, going to have to use it. He's caught between a Rakan and a giant ice pillar. Does lose a summoner, doesn't lose anything else, but again, good early proactivity from Top Esports, not taking that last skirmish lying down and getting a response.
And you're probably almost always going to have to flash there, but Photic walking up against the wall, very risky, right? Because it means the pillar, it forced him to walk all the way around. And obviously has flash, so doesn't really change things, as I think you would have to use it anyway, but definitely want to avoid those scenarios if you can. And it means that Top Esports going to be able to push that lane in. CS discrepancy is still in favor of V5's bot lane. Obviously, it's even when you look at the scoreboard, but there is a way for Photic to pick up. But as I was saying before, is a loss in the mid lane for Rookie. When he goes for those roams, when he doesn't necessarily have Prio and he's using Predator to cheat it, he will lose out over the course of the game.
That's kind of crazy as well. We're 7.5 minutes in. It's only been the single kill, but it has felt like the pace of the game has been rather rapid. It feels like we have seen quite a few smaller moves just kind of being answered and pushed and pulled away. So right now, it is going to be more on Top Esports to try and, as you say, make those big level 6s work. You've got access to Slicing Maelstrom, the Realm Warp as well, big global ultimates. Of course, you have got the same on the other side, but it is going to come down to who can execute on these ultimates better in these team fights.
100%, and I mean, there's so many powerful tools in that regard, right? It also comes down to who can get on top of the enemy carries. You know, there's a lot of safety for Jackie Love on the Xayah. That's a big aspect to take into account. You're also playing into a bunch of short-range champions, which Xayah really flourishes in.
We're going to see it engage here to get the dredge line. Good feathers there from Jackie Love. Stops anything else from coming out. I was a little worried for Mark as there was, you know, a little moment there where maybe a Moonlight Vigil could come out, but they're totally fine. Like you said, very safe in the 2v2, the Xayah Rakan. Regardless of everything that got mitigated from their release, they're still a pretty powerful bot.
And that's the thing, right? It's so hard to engage in Rakan because he doesn't have ability. It's also hard to engage in Xayah because of the feathers. Now, we do see Top Esports setting up for this Herald on the top side. They have mid-prio to lean towards that, but we can see already the bot lane of V5 are walking over. So Top Esports, they need to get out or get this very quickly or they're going to get collapsed on.
Oh, they got to be so careful right now. 3,000 HP on top of the Rift Herald, and I don't think TN or Knight can really do this here. Wayward's being kept away by Rich. They'll land a dredge line. They're going to have the hook as well to try and make it work. And they go over with the Heartbreaker, and Top Esports are being murdered right now. There's nowhere for Knight to go. He's going to try and realm warp, but he gets CC'd, and now Mark's in a terrible position. He has to flash away, and this is a disaster.
And honestly, just a criminal play from Top Esports, right? You go for that one, and you know that the enemy bot lane is resetting his heading over. You don't have top priority, so Rich is able to move first. And Rookie, he's a Galio. So yes, you had Prio mid, but he cleared the wave out very quickly and was ready to move. All these things that said to Top Esports that this was not the play, and despite that, they go for it anyway. You can even look around. There is 5 members of V5 collapsing onto these two. The Rakan is only just coming on the minimap, and Xayah's in base. There's no way you're going to win this. And honestly, what they should have done is gone, right, guys, we can't win this play. And then said, Jackie Love, keep pushing bot lane, at least get some plates. But instead, they don't really get anything in the bot lane, and they lose out massively on the top side of the map.
As well as that, you only used 1 flash on PP God versus the 3 that you got on Top Esports. That was 1 flash hook that set up that entire play, and it comes back to the idea that you talked about, the Predator Galio, regardless if you have Prio or not, you can still make yourself useful, get yourself into a fantastic position to make plays like that.
He just slams the minion wave and then is there in a second. So that's why we have seen it picked so much into the Rise as something that's able to match it. But V5 already getting some of that early advantages. And I think critically the big thing is Karsa getting ahead on this Viego. We've seen what he can do on this champion, and it is one that can absolutely snowball and take over the game. A fed Viego will just find, you know, so much pressure in those team fights.
And look at the utility he will have with everyone on the side of Top Esports. He kills pretty much everybody, except for maybe the Kennen. He has so many tools at his disposal just to try and, you know, get those extra CCs down, get the resets, keep the fight going in his favor.
The only downside of Rakan is he's quite squishy, but like the mobility, you go in, you dash your ally, dash forwards, and then ult tower fit, and it's so easy.
The Trundle Ice Pillar just to be an absolute nuisance. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong for the side of Top Esports, and honestly, this is starting to get a little bit worrisome. It's 3 kills to nothing. It's about 1,000 gold lead. It's not exceptional, but they've already got a Dragon on the board. They've already got the Rift Herald in the back pocket. Divine Sunder has been finished up. You've got a couple of things going right for you. Top Esports need to stop that momentum.
Yeah, and I think a big reason why it's concerning is because we've seen Top Esports struggle when it comes to the mid-late, right? The early game has been where they have had their prowess. The series against RNG, they crushed the early game in pretty much every game.
Knight, he has no flash. He has no flash and nowhere to go. Oh, the Trundle pillar was huge there. It just about gets the right amount of CC. They have to use the Subjugate as well, but like, you've used a flash there from Rich, absolutely fair, but you haven't used any of your big ultimates. You still have the Hero's Entrance and the Gnarls.
But there's a cost, right? Rich roams down to make that play work. He's going to lose out on the cess advantage he had. He's going to lose a plate. So as much as I like the play, I like when top laners have the opportunity to roam down and look for a mid gank.
Oh, no. Tien, he doesn't have an ultimate, and he's probably going to go down. That is going to be a pretty easy kill, and that's kind of why I highlighted the fact that you didn't even use the Hero's Entrance, because it means that plays like that are still available.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I feel like not the best setup for Galio is a Viego, but still able to find the knock-up on the edge, and now they'll go for this play in the bot lane, and you can see, on top of that, because Tian is dead, you know there's no jungler to contest on this side. You also know that there's no Tian on the top side of the map to cross-map, so V5 have all the information. They go for the Herald. They don't quite get the tower, but they're just able to extend that gold lead. 2,000 gold up now, and Cars is 3-0-1. This is exactly what you want out of this game.
Cars on this Viego is a different beast. It feels like, you know, we talk about LPL. Stop myself here. Realmore going to be coming in. Foto get a little bit of a trouble. He flashes right on top of the predicted entrance, and that's going to be a nice pickup there for Top Esports, finally making something work.
Yeah, so finally we see Knight enabled in one of these roams on the rise. They're able to get both sums from Photic. And I think we have to talk about the fact that despite V5 being ahead, well, we can talk a little bit about that after, but look at the prediction. Knows he's going to flash in that direction. Follows up on it. Really well played. But as I was saying, consolation prize for Top Esports, they didn't lose bot tower. They also are getting some plates here, and they killed Photic, so it could be worse, but it's still not exactly pleasant right now for them.
It's not really a great start to a game, is it, when you're saying
could be
worse?
It's not phenomenal.
It's not where you want to be as such, as we can see now. Rich pushing in on top of Wayward in the top side, but with second Herald spawning in actually only about 2 minutes time, so not really in a position to be fighting over that one there. Top Esports just gaining control, and you can see already just how defensive they have to be here with their pink wards, one in the top left and the bottom right, just to try and make sure they're not being collapsed on in top side or in mid.
Yeah, and I think Top Esports have the right idea going for a pick like that. I think they can continue to look for those opportunities, especially when you have like a Rakan and a Rise, you can very easily CC a target. But it's a minute and a half until that Herald. It is going to be 2 minutes until the Dragon, and that is something that is concerning. V5 already stacking up those Dragons. Here's a Cloud Soul. I don't think it's like, you know, absolutely spectacular for V5, but it's still a pretty powerful one. Especially just a flat movement speed can make a lot of difference. If there's like a cannon running at you, can help you getting away from him and out of the slicing Maelstrom. But I feel like Top Esports would be the team who'd love a Cloud Soul, but are quite a ways away from it right now. Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is the thing with V5. You know, we talked about how many, you know, the good resetting, you know, setup they have for themselves on top of the Viego, but they are no spring chickens when it comes to those 5-5, you know, front-to-back team fights as well. They've got the engage with the Gnar and the Galio. They have ways of making these work for themselves. And with the way the map is kind of shaping up right now, it does feel like V5 are going to be a little bit more favored the longer this game goes on. We do see towers taken across the map, right? V5 make the call to sacrifice that bot tower, which I really love because the next objective is that second Herald, right? So they sacrifice bot tower, Rookie leans up towards top, they get that top tower, and the rest of the team is all grouped around the second Herald. So you can see, if you look at the minimap, so much vision already on this top side. It's going to be very hard for Top Esports to move in and contest this neutral objective. And with Rookie having TP, he can just grab that bot wave and then move over. So, you know, Top Esports have a choice. They can either try and move their vision to the bot side, but the problem is Dragon is like 50 seconds after the Herald, so V5 should be able to contest anyway. My question is, are Top Esports going to try and force their way in here? You see PP God already fishing in vision for a potential pick.
Well, it's going to be V5 starting it off, and honestly, with the position of Tien right now, I don't think Top Esports want anything to do with this. So this is, again, a third neutral objective in a row going over to the side of V5. And they are starting to take over the game. And this is what we loved about V5 during the regular split. This is why V5 were honestly a lot of people's favorites coming into the playoffs, because they find these early game advantages. And if they do find them, they just take over the game. It just feels like they're just constantly going from strength to strength.
And now we have to hone in on the next objective, right? Top Esports opted out of the Herald. They opted towards the bot side of the map. You can see they got some deep vision. That ward in particular at the top right of your screen is one I want to highlight. That would be perfect for a cannon flank. So V5 are likely going to throw down the Herald mid to get priority and then move into the river. And that's where you set up for a potential flank from Wayward, where Top Esports can look to find the Dragon. Although it looks like V5 a little bit slow on this one, so Dragon will already be started.
They're going to go for it right now, though. PP God now just saying, look, I'm a Nautilus. I've got plenty of tank stats there. Rich trying to build up the Mega Nara.
There's the TP flank. It's on that ward.
TP's coming in, but it's stolen straight away. V5 now on Soul Point. They get in with the Hero's entrance as well to get that little bit of magic damage shield. They try to go in with the quickness. Mark not quite taking the damage. Has to flash away. The Moonlight Vigil goes completely wide, but the resets are coming in. The Viego is strong. The mobility he has. Honestly, this feels like it's V5's game.
And Top Esports try and cheat, right? I said they should back out a river and then they should go for the TP flank instead. Oh, they're still looking for more, though.
PP God goes a little bit too far forward, but does have the stasis to keep himself alive. There's the slicing Maelstrom, but it's not really doing much. These massive health bars, they have a Realm Warp, but can they get people out? They can only get one, and there's no tower there for Knight. He's not got flash either, and they're going to keep pushing forward. They're going to keep getting the advantages, keep getting the kills. Top Esports are routed.
Yeah, crushed in that fight. A 4,000 gold lead. 4v5, 3 dragons in hand, and they're looking to push and continue that momentum. Top Esports made some criminal errors there and are getting punished for it.
Oh.
Rich looking.
Yeah, he still has the ultimate, and there's no flash, no ult. Oh my god, it's a disaster for Top Esports. That's putting it lightly.
Yeah, it's going from bad to worse. Honestly, it feels like, you know, they lost the dragon. That sucks. They lost a couple of kills. Okay, that's pretty rough. And then they lose more and more. They lose so much. They lose to tier 2 on the bot side as well. It's just completely falling apart. And I think this fight could have been a lot better. So they start the dragon, and the problem is that means they get engaged on instantly. And if you look at the TP, it's too far away. What I wanted was for them to let V5 move into the river, then you look for the TP flank. But because they started the dragon, they got caught up in this fight. And you can just see at the top of your screen, by the time Wayward arrives, everyone's already dead. So it's just completely fruitless, and I think Top Esports completely mismanaged this.
It really did, and it looks like here PP God goes a bit too far forward, but he knows he has got the stopwatch. He knows he's got the stasis to buy time for his team, and there's just not the damage right now.
And you can see this cannon ult from Wayward is like, I want to finish PP God, but also I don't want to be invested in this fight. They know the fight's already doomed, but because they commit there, they just end up losing more and more and more. It's more frustrating because I think the setup was correct from Top Esports. Just the execution horrific, but V5 just flawless in how they look to punish that. 4-0-4 now on Carcer. Not quite at the 17 kill record he set, but
but he's looking like a bit of an error on the side of Top Esports.
Doing a pretty good job of getting the momentum already. And the thing is that there's strong champions across the board, right? Rich is looking pretty solid. Photic on this Aphelios, already 2 items completed. Really going to be difficult for Top Esports from this position.
I mean, look at just the stats you now have available to you for the the Gnar, the Galio, the Viego. If you're not jumping onto Photic, you're not killing anyone. That's just a fact right there, because there's just no one you can actually get on top of, and it's just becoming and it's frustrating, like you said, because Top Esports are a fantastic team. This is not indicative to what we've seen. We're going to see a little bit of a fight here. But again, it's Karsa with so much HP and magic resist. You're not going to kill him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're lacking damage, when everyone's a bit bruisery, right? Because the Galio's bulky, Gnar, Viego bulky. Even the Aphelios with the Bloodthirster second, you're going to have that extra shield that makes you bulky. It's not like there's a necessary easy target to 100-0, which is what Top Esports need. Now, V5 did a fantastic job using this pressure from Rich, moving Photic over when the wave hits that second tower to pick that one up. That's a ton of extra gold. They're now at a 7,000 gold lead. They're in a fantastic position. It's a minute 20 until they can potentially have Soul. Baron is on the cards, and my question is, are Top Esports going to approach this next dragon better And more importantly, will it matter? Because the thing is, with this discrepancy, even if they play it perfect, there's no guarantee it works.
And the thing is, you've got the 2-item spike here for the Xayah. We always talk about the mana or the Mir mana on top of the Eclipse, but you already have 2.5 items for the Aphelios. It's not as if he's lagging behind. Yes, you'll do significant damage, but is it going to be enough? That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the big thing. It's also wayward on this Kennen. Doesn't quite have the Void Staff. You've got a Maw on the Gnar. You've got a Negatron and the Merc Treads on the Viego. You've got Merc Treads on the Galio. The Bloodthirster on the Aphelios. These things are all going to make the difference between that Kennen being like a one-shot champion and not doing enough, and then the enemy teams are staining up. So I'm worried. Ultimately, if they can get a deeper ward to go for, that'd be a big play. But actually, if you look at how the map has played out, they are just sacking the Dragon. They are just saying, you know, Cloud Soul maybe not the biggest concern. And instead, they're sending 2 members to overload that top lane. They're going to look to get that top lane tier 1 with some extra objective bounty gold, but that does mean Soul is just gone.
Yeah, Soul is going to be forfeited over to V5, and yes, it's a Cloud Soul. It's not the most impactful in the game ever. However, it does lead to a much earlier Elder Drake, and that's the scary thing now for the side of Top Esports. Yes, you can give up this Dragon. You cannot give up the next.
Yeah, 100%. But honestly, I think this might be the right call. As I said, I don't think Cloud Soul is super impactful for V5. The movement speed is nice, but it's not exactly a game
you
changer.
take whatever stats you can.
Yeah, and ultimately for Top Esports, you only get one more fight. I think if you lose another fight, the game probably will just end. And if it doesn't just end, you will lose shortly after. So you have to really pick your opportunity well. And the critical thing I'm going to be looking for is flank angles from both the Kennen and the Rakan. If you can just pop Photic and then hopefully catch, say, Karsa in the mix as well, that's where I can see a team fight working. Because as much as V5 have a massive goal lead, if you insta-kill some of these Fed members on their team, it's a rough one. I'm not saying it's definitely going to work. That is the best odds you have.
I mean, when you're at this stage of the game, you gotta hope for mistakes as well. You gotta hope for a misposition, or someone just misunderstands how much CC is being layered down, or whatever it is, because you are at such a disadvantage right now on the side of Top Esports, and you just need time and money to get yourself back into it.
And my concern is, we have a stopwatch on the Viego, we have a Zhonya's on Rookie, and I feel like as long as Karsa survives, even if Photic dies, he could probably turn it around. So
yeah, you're going to have a Zhonya's onto Nautilus as well in a second. PP God's also going to have that in a few minutes. So it's rough. It's definitely a rough situation to be in. And now Top Esports, they know that the Baron is something they have to be very, very aware of, because you have 2 items, if not a little bit more, on pretty much everybody on the side of V5. So that is a very obvious objective that you can take. So Top Esports, you can't just be accepting that you're going to take this fight lying down, because you're just going to lose. They will get on top of Wayward. He pops the Slicing Maelstrom, but it did literally nothing. Absolutely 0 damage. And now Jackie-Love, he's going to be forced to go into the ultimate to try and keep himself alive. Even uses the flash, or excuse me, the heal to keep himself healthy. But Top Esports, they just don't have they can't get caught out like that.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, I feel like V5, that's not enough for them necessarily to go on to Baron. They can still try and maintain control, but the huge thing is, Kennen lost his flash. That won't be up for Elder. That won't be up if they start to play for Baron. Kennen not having flash makes such a big difference. I mean, they can look for it. They know Kennen doesn't have the ultimate. I mean, we'll see Top Esports approach.
You don't have the ultimate, and also as well as that, Jackie-Love doesn't have ult either, so it's not as if the Xayah, who's exceptionally short range, just walk up and take this. Karsa's taking a fair bit of damage, I will say, from the Baron right now. You don't take it exceptionally quickly on V5. They are a very tanky team, not very high DPS, and Top Esports should be able to ward them away.
But they got what they wanted, right? They don't want to flip the Baron is the critical thing, but ultimately, you got the flash and the TP out of Wayward, right? No flash for the Elder Dragon fight, and no TP as well to find a TP flank. That's one of the things I was highlighting for this team. They do lose mid-tier 1. We'll see if Top Esports, yeah, they should just be able to get out of this situation. So I think V5 got what they wanted out of that, but Top Esports, you know, they managed to avoid disaster.
Yeah, just about. Rookie recognizing he was probably on top of Vision there, as the rest of Top Esports were corralling to his location. At the end of it all, it was all just a bit of pushing and pulling, but it's just ended with nobody else going down. So 6,000 gold, or just shy of it. A Cloud Soul on the cards for V5, and 3 minutes until that Elder Drake spawns. I suppose we just wait for the inevitable. You're kind of... Sadly, I was going to say you're looking for big impact plays. Tien's just kind of a pillar bot right now. He's kind of just looking to try and catch people out. He doesn't really add that much apart from just being a meat shield. And for V5, they're sitting pretty. They're just happy to, accept all these extra goals. 'Cause don't forget, they're the ones with the crit 80 carry. They're the ones with the extra scaling. And oh dear, Knight. Sorry, sweet prince, you shall be falling down and shall not be coming back here. He will try and maybe just run away. He is very tanky. There's not a huge amount of CC, but there is enough to stop him from getting that. And it took a while, as there was 2 very tanky members of V5. They eventually get the kill, and this has just been honestly the story of the game.
And he played as well as he could, right? He waited for the CC to be used before he ulted, but the W cooldown's so low for Karsa, just pretty difficult to avoid. You can see the gold graph on the side. Substantial advantages between the top and 80 carries. I think Photic is the main concern. Knight is actually up in gold because of that farm advantage he has. But right now, V5, they know the next objective is the Dragon. Oh, they're being contested.
Oh, they are going to be contested here. We are
the
seeing
double stopwatch.
Double stopwatch. But guess what? Nara doesn't have one. So despite the side of V5's jungler and support having the idea here, they are keeping themselves alive as the grand entrance comes in and Photic finally arrives. He has 3 items, got himself that Infinity Edge. He is exceptionally powerful. They did lose the Gnar, and they will have to be a bit careful, but it's still a minute and a half until that Dragon. They should be able to reset and come back out and take it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, top esports aren't really able to contest vision in the area, but they managed to get the stopwatch from Karsa. That's definitely a nice thing, right? They got a little bit of gold from the Gnar as well. Especially when it's so close to this Dragon. Those are things you take, and you see Stopwatch picked up by Wayward, so that's a nice thing about Stopwatch, is that essentially you're getting a lot of the value as Zhonya's would give you, except it's only 650 gold, so despite the fact Wayward's behind it, he's getting so much value in this situation on the cannon, and ultimately Karsa doesn't quite have the GA either, so it's still heavily favored towards V5. These are little things that you like to see. You see the Serelda's Grudge also finished for Jackie They just have to basically find an angle for this. They don't have the TP for Wayward. That's a critical thing. They're not going to have his flash. I think we might end up seeing them try and be creative with a Realm Warp. If they can get Kennen behind and find a good flank angle, that's the possible play on this.
And the weird thing is as well, the third item for Rich is a Hull Breaker, so he's not going to be built for the team fight as of right now. Yes, it's still good stats individually, but not as powerful as, say, something like a Randuin's or, even a Thornmail at this point of the game that can give you that extra little bit of healing reduction and also just straight up stats. But we'll see now what they want to do. Top Esports being pushed back as mid lane gets pushed in. They have got a wave pushing in top side. They do need to deal with bot lane if they can. Rich looking to try and just build his mega by throwing out those boomerangs every now and again. They did get the red buff over to Photic. Photic not got the greatest of guns as of the moment, so not really feeling super confident as they start to move themselves over to the Dragon. There's just no vision here for top.
Yeah, it's really difficult. They're going for mid prior to try and get a move in, but they don't have any vision. I think they need to use a Realm Warp probably just for vision on this one. As it does grant it when it's channeled. Trying to move over, but it's getting so low.
Look at Rookie. They're going to see if they can go for it, but there's the Elf Drake already taken, and now V5 can look for the fight. The Moonlight Vigil goes completely wide, but they can maybe make it work right here, right now. They get the Slicing Maelstrom, but it's just not going to do anything whatsoever. All these kills getting taken over. Eventually, one will fall, but the rest have already gone back to the gray screen. It is 5-for-1. V5 decimate Top Esports in game 1.
If the goal difference wasn't enough, if the soul as well wasn't enough, then absolutely the Elder was. And honestly, I'm a little bit confused why Top Esports was so slow approaching. Should have used the Realm of Asia to get the vision, should have tried to get sights on the Dragon sooner, but ultimately, it's a rough game for Top Esports, and V5 come out from a dominant game 1.
Yeah, this was just straight up V5 from minute 1 all the way up now to just under minute 30. Absolute domination, and honestly, this is the scary V5 we talked about from the regular split. They finally feel like they've come to play, and at Top Esports, nothing went well. Absolutely nothing.
I think after a rough series against RNG, to then get demolished game 1, it's not the end of the world, but definitely not going to be feeling too positive for Top Esports. Ultimately, I think the draft had tools. I think both drafts have obviously their tools, but Top Esports' execution was just off in a lot of manners. In a lot of situations, I just felt like they were misplaying, they were mismanaging, and ultimately more than enough for V5 to take that game.
I mean, it just... Top lane went neutral, which is all it had to do. Jungle was accelerated exceptionally. Rookie was doing rookie things, and not just only, affecting his own lane, but affecting everyone else's. And it feels like once you have agency, we talk about it a lot, but agency is just one of those words of when you are given the tools to actively change things around the map. V5 just look comfortable. They look like they know what they're doing, and honestly, it's so scary to think that this team, is in the lower bracket because they are just so damn good with a lead or not.
But We did see V5 go up 2-0 against Top Esports last time.
We did.
So,
There
you
was
know,
some smash games in there as well.
maybe Top Esports is setting this one up again. They're like, look, guys, we know we have to lose the first 2. Let's make it quick.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Top Esports got some big brain plays going for themselves, but now you got to come in with a reset. Top Esports, you got to just forget about that game. It didn't happen. You just got to assume basically you're coming in with a 0-1 scoreline. What do you want to see different? What do you want to see change? Is it draft? Is it, where did it all kind of, where do you want to see movement here from the side of Top Esports?
I think it's tricky. Maybe the concern is the Viego from Carsa, because it was just normally the Viego is something that obviously doesn't have the early presence, but the rise into the Galio, it's like you have the backup of the Galio, it's just able to snowball so heavily. Maybe that's a concern. Maybe you want a top lane matchup that's a bit more favorable, right? They had counter pick and they just took something that was going to go even. Maybe it's even bot lane because you took the Zyra Rakan, and as much as Rakan is a strong pick, don't get me wrong, it doesn't have as much agency, right? I feel like they were very reliant on Tien to be the problem solver in these scenarios, but ultimately the Trundle just didn't really find any momentum, right? And we've seen fantastic games from Chan, like on the Lee Sin. This game was a bit rough.
Yeah, it was a bit rough. And honestly, for V5, that was exceptional. I really can't put it any other way. I think Karsa has just been kind of going from strength to strength. I feel like right now, yes, it was kind of the ban rookie show in their last series. It's becoming more and more prevalent that the jungle between the Volibear, the Lee Sin, and the Viego, the holy trinity right now in the LPL playoffs, you just have to take them off the board. You can't let them through.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Was you jumped in the draft kind of late, but I honestly don't even really disagree with the bans coming out from Top Esports. Maybe you could argue the Leona is a bit irrelevant, right? Because at the end of the day, PB just took Nautilus and seemed fine. He has definitely looked to sort of prioritize that Leona quite a bit more, but I still feel like with this Leona and the Nautilus, it's not really going to change too much how the game went. So perhaps that's something you could put towards the Viego. Perhaps even you ban the Aphelios, right? Because that's one of the things is that Photic doesn't play the Xayah. So it either forces them to ban the Xayah, in which case maybe Arya or Lee Sin are available, or if they do leave the Xayah open, then you have a big AD carry advantage. So
yeah.
You know, a lot of questions there, but ultimately you can see from the goal graph, V5 just completely dominant, and then it was like, gradually increasing the lead, and then boom, massive increase.
Yeah, you can see it just at like key fights where it's like, and more, and more. It just kind of like free falls after that point. I will say, Jackie Love did, good damage, but it doesn't matter when you're against Uber tanks like the Gnar, the Galio, the Viego, who can just, and the Nautilus, who can just tank up that. If it's not going onto a key carry, it doesn't really make a difference. And yeah, again, this is going to be a bit of a tough one for the side of Top Esports. I want to see what they're able to kind of bring back. But for V5, this is perfect momentum for them right now. Just building it up to try and get themselves what people at the start of this playoffs were assuming was going to be the final between themselves and RNG. But we'll have to wait and see. We are going to throw it to a quick break. And when we return, the analyst desk will be breaking down that game a little bit more. Even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the factor now.
Oh, there it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening.
Kind of pull the hoodies out, circle full of actors. Y'all should put a movie out. Night Rider, King Kong, shoulders, I'm a monster.
Going down here, Escape still has the flash, still has the ult. Target's put to wild, goes to himself. Jankos looking for it! Jankos gets it!
Jankos will always find a way, and he steals the Baron.
They do not know that Selfmade's their control ward now going down as the dragon is started up. They're going to start it on it. Jankos looking for the steal. No! F***ing way does Cap steal that from over the wall. He gets the Hextech Soul for G2.
First it's Jankos, and then it's the mid lane man, Caps.
To the top of that mountain, I was everything that they wanted. Been loyal, a rider, Viking, a fighter, but I've been further with my own.
These two birds, he's trying to get one scout, but no, not quite able to find one bomb. The flash is good. Angel is here as he tries to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world is Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it! The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off in this fight, and EDG won't go down.
Os Reinos chegando, não veio com ninguém, ficou pra trás agora o Jojo, a pela lateral, o Gui vai saindo também, o Barão foi abandonado por enquanto, Matos gastou, que belo ultimate! O combo! Matilha foi from the Freljord, and he's still frozen solid. We're going to find a bit more now as Fudge walks away. Just barely staying alive and in the win some. It's going to be Closer diving in for more. Kill number 2. Kill number 3. 100 Thieves is walking over Cloud9.
Jovi takes 2 of them out. There's a 3v2 fight on the top side that T1 are getting close on, but it's not quite enough. Gumayusi, though, he's looking to angle over. He might be able to get some damage in. Ruler is in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. The snap gets him on the backside. Gumayusi gets excited, and he's going to be the one that carries the fight in the end. That should be enough for T1, that they will clean up the fight just like that.
You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me, all these years I don't know where to begin. Do I repair this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go where the river.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. We're in our lower bracket finals, and I'm not going to lie, after my top esports prediction, I'm feeling a little sheepish coming into this segment because, I mean, that was straight up brutal. The one big thing we were talking about all morning for top esports was their early game and Lyric. I mean, V5 just dismantled them.
Yeah, it was absolutely shocking. I think Top Esports not really on the same page, starting off from very early on. Knight on the rise against the Galio matchup. You pretty much have complete control of the wave early on. You could stack waves on him. You could just try to hold the wave, deny him. You hold all the cards. And we saw Rookie kind of holding the wave in a neutral position, eventually pulling it to his side, and it opened up a timer for Rookie to roam bot. And I think the mid lane and bot lane not really being in sync. Mark is on Rakan, sure, and you have a ton of like easy ways to escape WE flash, but Rookie at a really good angle, comes from behind, instantly get a kill. Then we go over to the Rift Herald, and again, just not on the same page. V5's bot lane gets the reset first. Top Esports are still opting to fight this, and I mean, V5 just find a bunch of free kills, and this is where Top Esports are supposed to be strong, but V5 dismantled them.
Yeah, and I mean, as you start to progress into the game as well, it just becomes so difficult for Top Esports to actually act anything out in the game. Because one of the things that I love about V5, and we kind of discussed it when we were like introducing this team into playoffs, was their vision control. I think it's so cool to see how much they just overload one quadrant of the map with vision, and it makes it really difficult for you to try and like pick members off. Oftentimes you're actually getting picked off yourself because they're just waiting in bushes, seeing if they can find those moments to act. And it means that when you've even got this like picks like the Knight on the Viego, Knight on the Rise, and you've got like the Trundle where you can try and make these picks, try and show up very quickly and take one member down. They never really got the opportunity to do it. And you can even see, like, post 20 minutes, like, Knight and Tien were trying to link up, push into topside, see if they could catch Rookie overextending. But V5 just never gave them the opportunity. And very slowly but surely, like, picked up the Dragons, picked up the Heralds, picked up Baron, and were able to just close out the game.
I mean, we talked about the drafts as well, and, like, you're talking about this early game control. We need to talk about this Galio pick for Rookie, right? Because coming out of the draft, I wasn't super convinced by the Galio. I know Lyric wasn't super convinced, but Dagda, you loved it, and clearly it worked out for them.
Yeah, I 100% agree with the kind of concept of, hey, look, against the Rise, it doesn't quite work out, right? But I think when you, like, move past that into the mid-game, I think this Galio pick can do wonders. Like, you look at the ability for, like, the Nautilus to get a hook or to find the ult onto a backline, and Galio can follow up very well to separate out the team. I think you've got the opportunity to try and match a lot of the plays that Knight is able to come in with post-6. And I think the biggest issue for the Galio pick is going to be those early couple of levels. But as you've seen from, like, the RNG series, series with Xiaohu, as we've seen here as well, like if you're able to kind of bypass a lot of those early issues, or you're not giving the opportunities for the opponent to kind of find advantages in the early stages, when you get to team fights, the Galio can do so much, both as an engaged tool following up on the Gnar, or even the defensive tool when the cannon's coming in, because you're able to just keep a lot of people away from the fight and kind of disrupt the cannon engage that a lot of the time top esports were going for.
Yeah, and Ox just messaged me and said, I'm just a dumb Galio non-believer. That's true. That is honestly true. Every time it comes up, I'm like, I don't like this. And then it wins. It wins every single time. And, to say to the Galio pick, right? Like, I look at V5's draft, and I don't think this is anything like, let's say, Top Esports RNG Game 5, where RNG just completely, gapped the Galio pick in terms of if it gets to mid-game, it's impossible. My biggest problem with this one is, the setup is hard because of, right, you're relying on, Gnar to bring you in, or Nautilus, which typically will be on our front line. But the one silver lining I'll give it is Top Esports composition is very short-ranged, so at least Predator could get you in, but I will never be a believer. In the hands of Rookie, though, I can be a believer for anything.
I mean, when you can make these kind of blast gun plays this early on into the game, I
Beautiful.
can see how Galio could be a good pick, right?
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah, I'm on the same page. Again, I don't think the Galio though should have had as much of an impact as it had, right? I think Lyric hit on the point well that Knight did give Rookie that roam timer to actually move down. Mark wasn't on the same page, and it felt like once V5 got that early lead, this is where, okay, well now Kars has got some kills, he can actually punish TN, as you can see here. Now it's V5 on the offensive, and honestly, I think that for Top Esports, they shouldn't have been able to give that much control over to Rookie. So, although I thought the Galio pick could work well in the mid game, I never saw it hitting the level that it did in this early stage.
I do feel like I feel like Ox spelled it out really well, that both compositions had clear tools of how they wanted to play the game, right? The game just exploded way too early for us to see what Top Esports could do.
Now, we've been talking a lot about Galio, we've been talking a lot about Rookie. I feel like we've got to give a bit of an honourable mention here to Karsa as well. Karsa has been a monster in playoffs when he gets this Viego. Looking towards game number 2, surely Top Esports, you just got to ban this Viego, right? He got literally the world record for jungler kills in a single game on the Viego earlier on in this playoffs. Now take it over today as well. I feel like this Karsa Viego, Rob, this is just something you can't allow through anymore.
Yeah, I think the Viego is such a good pick, and especially when you look at we actually, myself and Ox, on the last segment that we did, talked about the different win rates and how impactful these junglers have been. When you look at Carson, something like the Hecarim, not able to find that early pressure, not able to really get going, but when he's something like the Viegos, the Lee Sins, he's actually able to have those early setups, look for these early skirmishes, work well with Rookie, and it looks like a completely different beast, right? And I think that's where a lot of these issues are coming from, is that the Viego is getting rolling in the early stages thanks to Rookie being able to set him up, and then there's just no stopping him, even regardless of what build we seem to Karsa go for, right? We've seen him go for the Mama Mortius, Death Dance, kind of Divine Sunder build. Now if you look at this game, he was going much more tanky, going for the early Force of Nature into a GA. He's perfectly happy to play multiple different styles of Viego depending on what the situation is, and he just looks so comfortable on this champion.
Look, I'm not going to add any hard-hitting analysis to this. I'm just going to quote a famous caster, someone we all know and love, named Ender, and go, sheesh, at Karsa's Viego, but it has to be cringy because it's a quote from Ender.
Truly a low point of the LPL broadcast where we're sheeshing in place of analysis. Yeah, I'm definitely on board that Karsa needs to be banned away in terms of the Viego. Maybe less Rookie bans, more bans towards Karsa. I do want to take a second. I'm going to move away from the sheesh. I'm going to just move on with the segment now. I want to talk about V5 more holistically and kind of the evolution of this team across the course of playoffs, because, we saw them lose the series to Top Esports. But this game number 1 looks drastically different to anything we saw in the previous series, Rob. This feels like an evolved team.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of already hit on it just a little bit there with the Hecarim pick that we saw a lot in that series against Top Esports, and it just really didn't give the control that they needed in the early stages, even down to the way that they wanted to try and play around something like a Victor. Again, not giving the early presence that you really want to try and make these plays happen. So I personally think that V5 kind of woken up to what the meta of our playoffs are at the moment, which is trying to play through these 1-2 combos in the jungle and the mid, making sure you can set up with a ton of CC to kind of give early presence for the jungle in the mid, and then start to rotate off towards side lanes, especially like picks like the Aries, the Rises, the Zeds. I mean, even the Syndras to a certain extent, we've seen it with as well. Just things that can go for these early skirmishes at Dragons and also at Rift Heralds, because every team that we have in playoffs, like even left, are still very high on like things like Dragons and Rift Heralds when you look at like the percentage that they go for. So I think having these things that are going to be able to take the early fight is so important at the moment.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, whether it was the V5 players themselves or maybe their coach Nofe, which obviously super prolific coach, right? Longtime coach of the Tigers, spent time on like Africa, spent time on IG, whether it was his doing, like V5 clearly took key learnings from their loss against TS, because since then it has been mid laners that can move. It's been, we highlighted earlier, Twisted Fate, the Galio, the Rise. They don't really care about Rookie having to dominate lane. Rookie's going to dominate the map no matter what he's on. So putting him on picks that can enable his teammates just feels like the right call. And it just goes back to the evolution of Victory 5 so far.
It felt good to see as well the side lanes is managing to win across the entire map, right? Like for V5, we saw the side lanes being a little unstable across the course of the first series against Top Esports, but in this one, didn't feel that same way. Felt like they felt like more comfortable, but also seeing Rich gank the mid lane as well, try to set Rookie up even further. Like, felt like this was a bit more of a coordinated effort from V5.
Yeah, it felt like a definitive game plan, right? And I think it was very much a case of, hey, we want to try and focus on the bot lane, because let's be realistic, Jackie Love and Mark playing a very aggressive game oftentimes do get caught out overextended. So when you've got like the kind of the mistake from Knight on the wave management in the early stages that lets Rookie go down once to that bot side, then you also look at what's happening with Nar kind of coming down as well to give more presence in towards that mid lane. It felt very much like they knew that they needed to try and open up Rookie, and when you come in with that more coordinated game plan, it kind of comes a bit easier then to stabilize side lanes as well, because you know that, you know, you kind of scratch Rookie's back, he's going to scratch yours later.
He certainly is, and he scratched it well for game number 1. I'm going to kick it over to the casters because we're ready for picks and bans for game number 2.
Thank you so much to the analyst desk. We are back for picks and bans for game 2. Top Esports, you got to wipe the memory clean. You got to just move forward, figure out what's going on, and try and make something stick. Because, again, nothing really worked in that last game. It just felt like, again, like you mentioned earlier, it's about execution rather than anything else. We do get the first few bans coming in. It's going to be the Orianna, the Blanc, the Hecarim this time around instead of the Leona. And on the other side, we get the Zeri and the Ari, same thing as last time, but might not go for the Lee Sin. They're thinking about it.
And I'm going to say, I don't think Hecarim was a problem last game, because he wasn't picked last game. So, you know.
Wasn't picked or banned.
Yeah, I kind of understand them not feeling like Leona was a big issue, but it looks like they're going for a denial with the Viego, and obviously the Hecarim denial, so that's the game plan here. They want the Viego in the hands of Tian, they want something strong in those skirmishes, and now it's up to V5 to see what they contest with. There are some strong junglers. There was a bait Xayah hover, but Photic has not played a single Xayah game this entire split, so I think they will just take the Aphelios. And then it's what Carson wants in the jungle, right? Do we see him take potentially the Volley Bear? Could also see him take the Trundle instead. Usually expect a jungler's rotation, so we'll see if that happens. Could also, I mean, PP God's been heavily prioritizing the Leona, so could also come out here.
Yeah, and actually, funny enough, we mentioned the Xayah for Photic. In terms of his career, he's played it 11 times and won twice. He is 2-9 on the pick, so not feeling super confident on that particular one, but we are going to wait to see now where the side of Top Esports want to bring this. And honestly, the Xayah isn't a bad pick. It isn't a bad champion. It's just how you work around it. And sadly, in game 1,
I feel like it's a broken champion, right?
Yeah, you feel like it's broken, but I think from game 1, you know, you want to, don't take that into consideration. I still think Jackie Love can do great work on that.
Yeah, I don't think that was a Xayah issue at all. I don't think it was a draft issue. I think game 1 draft was fine. I think it was just a gameplay issue. We do see the Jarvan for Carcer, something we've seen a lot more, I feel like, in other regions than the LPL, something that has that early ganking pressure and also good engages. But if you end up trying to like fight a Viego 1v1, you don't really have the follow-through damage to take him out. Now, Leona picked up for Mark, also a partial denial as PP got us heavily lent on that. I feel like we could just see the Nautilus traded off here. We could even see them leaning to something like the Thresh. Bear in mind, you have a Jarvan who's going to provide that primary engage. Or you could go in a different direction. You could take the Rise, right? You can take that mid laner, and now you can deny Top Esports from matching with the Galio like V5 did last game, and they are instantly going to do that.
That's exactly what they decided to do. You're not going to get that global pressure now. They could honestly even go with the Twisted Fate as well, something we have seen go into the Rise too. varying success rates. Does have a much harder time into the Rise than the Galio does, but we'll see what V5 want to do. And Top Esports, they're going to try and prioritize the bot side. Take PP God off of his comforts, put him onto something a little bit different.
And I'll say, we saw some Renata gameplay from PP God, right? I was really underwhelmed. You could see a Renata, if else come out here in theory because it's a strong combo. PP God did not look good, and in the most recent series, we saw V5 just stick PP God and Leona basically every game when they could, so denying that possibility, trimming away those tools. They do ban the Tryndamere though, as the second one, potentially concerned about Rich using that as a counter pick. And now V5 going for the Syndra ban again, denying power from Knight, so I expect a support pickup here. You could go for something like the Thresh or the Tom that's defensive, or you could go for the Rakan if you want that extra engage potential. And based on how PP God has been performing and how they've lent on putting him on these engaged champs, it does make sense.
Absolutely, and the Rakan Jarvan combination, the Cataclysm Quickness, it is a very, very powerful early game a tool to be able to use. And now Top Esports, the Tryndamere ban means that Wayward can take his Graves up into the top side and has got a very good track record on it, but it is something that can be countered. And now Top Esports, I like the Vex to a certain degree, but can decide, yeah, he's going to lock it in. So Vex in here for the Knight up against Rookie's Rise. It has a lot of playmaking potential, but you are very reliant on landing your Shadow Surge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like semi-global, but if you miss your ult, it's so awkward having to hobble over to the skirmish.
Tiniest little emo, little Yordle just wandering up.
Yeah, not fun. But it does mean with Shan on the Viego, so much reset potential. If you get one kill in the fight, you will just snowball, snowball, snowball. We do see Rich go for the Jace, and this is, again, I feel like we're getting so many callbacks in this draft, right? The Vex, we haven't seen really over playoffs. The Jace Graves matchup that dominated the early portions of the split, returning here. Feels like a lot of these teams are just going back to comfort, but ultimately here, right, we have Rise 4v5. They have the advantage in that roaming mid matchup. They have a Jarvan as well, who's a strong early ganker. I do feel like Top Esports get a lot of power at level 6, but it's V5 I feel like have that advantage early. But I think Top Esports, I still think they're fine with this draft. But again, I think Game 1 draft was fine. It is not about the champions they picked. It is about the execution. So that's the big question. Can they improve?
Yeah, can they improve? And honestly, it's going to be interesting to see. I want to see more from TN. Honestly, he just felt the opacity was just set to the constantly just can't see through him. He was invisible. He just couldn't really do anything in that last game. He needs to be more active. He needs to be more, especially on something like a Viego and how powerful it can be. He needs to be the one making things work for Top Esports. And it is a team that, individually, we have seen them absolutely insane at every single lane, but together as a team, they need to bring it together. They need to make sure it's happening. Otherwise, V5, as we saw in Game 1, will walk you over. Like, they will just go, cool, bye, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I will say, though, I honestly feel like 4v5, the Jarvan in this game doesn't have the highest value, right? Because there's not many people you can really Cataclysm effectively. Xayah has her ultimate. Vex can obviously use her ult to dash out or just press a W when you're in there with the Viego, Graves, not the easiest to stick down. So ultimately, honestly, I feel like when it comes to teamfights, I kind of like how Top Esports composition is going to function. But V5, if they get a lead, if they get Jace ahead, if they get Aphelios ahead, will have a lot of strength. So really, emphasis on V5, trying to find once again an early lead. Top Esports, I think, have a bit more comfort if it goes later, but after we saw that Game 1, if they do that again, it doesn't matter how good your comp is later, you will just flop.
Yeah, you will just end up flopping over and dying. But now Rookie, they're thinking about Knight hasn't used his ultimate, his ability just yet. Did get the fear off, but they're not able to follow it up just yet. So it's just a little bit of harass between the mid laners, and then everybody backs away as we wait to see where everything wants to go. But I will say, for Top Esports, it's going to be difficult to deal with the poke coming out from this Jace. We've seen it time and time again. Even if you put the Jace down, once he gets the 2-3 items, he still will smash you with the Shock Blast. So I feel like it's going to be a lot of pressure here on Wayward to make sure that he's making a good movement and making use of his time as the Graves.
Yeah, just because ahead it becomes difficult. And I think also when you're really far behind as a team, you end up having to fish for a better engage. When you're ahead, you can kind of just take whatever engage comes, and they have a lot of engage tools, so I feel like if Top Esports get ahead, the Jace won't really be that much of a problem, especially as he's such a snowballing champion. So I'm all, once again, it's been the story of the whole playoffs. We've brought it up time and time again. Mid jungle is the focal point, and I want to see what Rookie can do, not on the Galio, but still on a pick that can make that impact.
We'll see what they're able to do. Again, this is a best of 5, so you're not quite down and out yet, and we have seen it twice already in the double elimination process of our bracket. When you're 0-2 down, it seems to be a strength for certain teams. Obviously, you don't want to be going 0-2 down, but they have proven before for top esports they have gotten back onto it.
Well, one thing to be said, if you can like stay mentally sound, right, despite going down, if you can sort of feel like, okay, yeah, we're 2-0 down, it doesn't matter. Going 2-0 down, often you get information, right? If you can, over the course of those 2 games, work out what their strength is and then combat it, you know, it's not necessarily the end of the world. Because as we said, reverse sweeps have been such a common thing. And just because a strategy works once or twice, if you're able to combat it, then it's on the other team to respond. And if they're not able to do so, that's where you see those reverse sweeps happen. So despite the fact, you know, top esports are a game down, still very much an opportunity to bounce back on this one.
And then let's talk about the early game now. Let's start talking about where we expect to see the early shenanigans, if you will, coming out here right now. Because Akarsa is on a Jarvan, and we have said many, many times, if you're on a Jarvan and you're not ganking, you're playing him wrong. So where do you want to see Karsa prioritize, and where do you want to see him move around the map to get an advantage for V5?
I think bot and top are both really viable options, right? I mean, honestly, even mid can work, right? If you have the setup from Rookie. I just want to see it somewhere, and the critical thing is avoiding Tien. Oh, Tien.
Nope, Tien is bot side though, and Photic in a lot of trouble. He's not even going to use his flash because he knows that he's just dead. Flash from PP God should keep him alive. But similar to game 1, we see the Viego getting that early advantage. Smite gets used by Karsa to make sure he guarantees himself the scuttle, but top esports, very good early proactivity from Tien.
Yeah, rough start, and I love the fact that Mark sets up the play initially. The cleanse is already burned. Photic's like, okay, this trade's got a bit rough, and then the enemy jungler turns up, just disaster. And this is a problem, right? You have this lane that is pushing forwards, you're trying to establish control in the lane. We've seen these bot lanes go heavily into the 2v2, but by pushing forwards with your jungle on the opposite side of the map, you're just setting yourself up into a painful situation. Honestly, I feel like what they should have done is, knowing Karsa is passing top, they should have sacrificed the level 2 and let top esports push into them. Because now, not only do they suffer there, but Photic has also walked back in the lane. The lane is still in a horrific spot, right? We could just see a return gank right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what we're going to see. Tien is there. However, Flash was used from him last time to make sure he could get that kill onto Photic. But here we go again. They know there's no Flash, there's no cleanse. But it's pretty hard to land anything on top of a running away target, especially with the Rakan giving you the extra shields.
That's a critical thing. Photic still with a Flash, you know, as you said. I feel like maybe if Mark had Hex Flash, that'd be the angle, but doesn't have it, so not able to find it. And it's a big relief, because if Photic had died there again, would have missed out so heavily. Now, we do see Rich actually dominating this matchup, right? And we've seen this matchup time and time and time again in the LPL. Typically, we see the Graves have prio, really, because he has that AoE shove. And then the Graves eventually gets to the point where he has enough sustain where the Jace can't poke him out. But the Jace has that one-shot burst potential if you mess up. Here, though, we're just seeing Rich really dominate. Has a substantial chess lead, winning trades there. Definitely a positive for V5.
V5 are just kind of consistently putting pressure into all 3 lanes, and they're getting free reign, basically, here for Karsa to run down. But we are going to have ourselves a quick pause. Nothing just happening just yet, but it is still going to be a little bit of a... We get a replay straight away of what happened there in the bot side, but now back to us. But again, good proactive play from top esports. I'm glad to see them getting something down on that bot side. The Viego is going to become much more relevant, obviously, the game goes on. But for Karsa, you can see him there on the bot side. He's ready and waiting to try and make something happen because he knows someone has burned.
But it's a really weird timing, right? Because, you know, I understand if he's bot to help crash the wave has already crashed, okay? I also understand if he's bot, if the enemy bot lane is overextended because it's a good gank. The third scenario is if you're going to go for a dive. But the thing is, Rookie isn't in a position to move. You're against a Leona Xayah that is not a fun dive. And you have a Rakan, right? I'd be more understanding if you had like a Leona, right?
Nautilus,
But the Rakan is very squishy, so if he takes that aggro, it's going to be a bit rough. I believe also Xayah has, Jaculov has flash.
Yep.
So it's very easy to flash either the flag and drag or the W. There's no way a dive ever works there in my mind, so it's kind of a pointless time to be bot. And if you actually look, none of the camps are up on the bot side for top esports, so we can't even steal anything away. So Karsa, this has not been a good start for the Jarvan. We said how he wants to find that early momentum. He's not going to find a gank or anything on this bot side, I don't believe. And ultimately, he's not going to hold up compared to the Viego later on. Viego will outscale, especially when you look at how as I said, coming out of draft, the Cataclysm isn't the most useful this game. There's a lot of champions you can't really trap in place, or if you do like the Xayah, they just fly up in the air and massacre you.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you know, we obviously have a bit of a moment now to talk about kind of a much better early game start for Top Esports. Definitely feeling a little bit more confident.
Not losing.
They're not losing. They're 1-0 up on the scoreboard. But what do you think is going to be the big turning point for this team? Where do you think that we are going to see those, you know, big moments for, you know, this for either side to go further and further ahead in this game?
Well, I think, honestly, there's fantastic skirmishing for the side of Top Esports, right? Viego, Vex, if you get a single kill in a fight, you get the momentum, right? When those two get 6, it's like both of them get ult resets, and if anyone overextends, if anyone gets caught out, if you get any good, like, single target selection from Top Esports, because ultimately that's how that team fight should work. You pick a target, you kill a target, you get a reset, keep going and going. So I really am confident for how they're going to perform in team fights, but it comes down to the setup, right? We saw in Game 1 the Herald setup was criminal, I will say. If they manage to move the bot over and they play around that, they should be able to control the pace of this game, unless Cars is able to start finding some more presence and using the Ryze realm more, right? That is a difference maker. If Ryze can be the one to move, V5 can find favor, and you know, but we will see. And I think that's the big test, is that first Herald. How do Top Esports manage it? Do they run it down again? I guess we'll find out.
We'll have to. I guess we'll never know. But we are jumping back into the game. They're going for a dive here, but you haven't got the flag and drag just yet. And they're honestly just using this because, like, the Leona's not going to be able to do anything here. The Xayah's backed away. They go for the dive. They get the tank up here. The ignite is ticking. They go back in on top of Photic. And you said it was never going to work in a million years. It is when Jackie Love just leaves.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Jackie Love left. He wasn't even that low on HP. I mean, because the thing is, we paused and then we jumped a little bit ahead. I'm confused because you saw like how long it took them to kill the Leona. You saw how much damage they took. Bear in mind that Jackie Love had flash as well. I really feel like that would have been a tower dive that was, as I said, I honestly thought it just wouldn't happen, but then Jackie Love resets. So I don't know. I don't know, Top Esports. At least they get a dragon. That's the consolation prize.
I mean, yeah, they get the dragon off of that. It is a dragon. To start the stacking, it is pretty early as well, so you're going to be able to get this reset and get yourselves in position for that first Herald. And yeah, maybe we'll get a replay, maybe we won't. We'll have to wait and see. And see
maybe
exactly.
They're just trying to make me look stupid.
Honestly?
Maybe that's why they paused to, like, let's see what Orcs has said. They can never dive? Oh, boy!
Well, top lane, ooh, Rich. Feeling very, very close to death right there as we go towards that top side. And this is kind of what we expect to see. It's just the burst damage between the two. Whoever can get their, you know, combo off quicker tends to come out on top. But speaking of coming on top, Karsus here. There is no ward here. They know that Tien is there, though, so they need to just try and back away from this.
Yeah, I mean, Rich is so low. There's no way you play that. Especially, you know, it's a Viego. If he gets a reset, which he obviously would have, Rich stepped up to him, it's easy pickings. So V5 will back away. And that's the thing, you know, this matchup, top lane goes back and forth. It does depend on execution. But the thing is, Wayward has the Vam Scepter and the Doran's Blade. He's going to have a bit more sustain. Obviously, they get to the point where more burst is online for Rich on those 2 items. He can 100-0 you. It very much goes back and forth. And Wayward has found a bit more momentum. Remember, he was down in CS and get bullied out before, whereas now doing quite well for himself.
Come back into it. 30 seconds till Rift Herald spawns. Let's talk about why we see so many teams fighting around the Rift Herald. Why is it such a heavily prioritized objective? Even when they haven't dotted their I's and crossed their T's, we still see money.
Money, right? You get the Herald, you gotta slam it down mid, get a couple of plates, some cash in the pockets, or you slam it down bot, you get a whole tower, or top, get a whole tower, lots of money. So Team's Prio is this great tool to snowball, and really once you have the Herald in pocket, you're the one who sets the pace of the game. But teams also mis-execute, right? That's a massive factor. And here, we're not really seeing either side lean too heavily towards it right now. It's spawning. I know there's some vision in the area, a bit more in favor of Top Esports. Neither team making any first initial moves. And we'll see what happens in the bot lane. Often, if a bot lane has prio, they can then get a reset and head up there quicker. So could be V5 now with control of the lane, be the ones to move and make their presence known.
Yeah, it could be down to the scene now where V5 are able to make a move. They have got the bot lane pushing in their favor. The Jace will see if there is anyone sneaking around that Rift Herald, but doesn't find anything for himself. But now Tien, he's looking for a little bit of a stranger situation or a stranger tempo move, as in, you know, most of us will be looking towards the Rift Herald. He, however, is looking towards bot lane.
That's a genius thing, though. If you never go towards Herald, you can't lose a fight on it. So maybe that's the play. We can see the rookie has prio in the mid lane and is moving to contestant vision. But Karsa, you know, that's the thing, is he's not starting up the Herald because he doesn't have the information we have. We don't know Tian's location. Ultimately, though, the confidence that having the having your jungler there means JackeyLove and Mark were able to shove out the lane, right? We saw Mark throwing out the Zenith Blade, feeling more able to step up. They go for the reset, and now we can see Tian heading over. We can see Mark also moving as well, whereas V5 bot lane is still there. So, compared to Game 1, this is much better from Top Esports. They're actually doing their homework and setting up for this neutral objective correctly.
Yeah, well, we already have the Rift Herald being started up. It is on Vision, so they know this is happening right now as Rookie and Karsa wait in the wings.
And we can see V5's bot lane moving up. JackeyLove hasn't moved yet, so I said they were doing their homework. They might have cheated a little.
They might have cheated a little bit, as we now see the Rift Herald down to about 600. It's going to be secured, and it's gone. Top Esports should be able to get out without any real fight happening, and that's all she's going to write about that particular play. So, V5, they thought about contesting, but they just were a little slow on the rotation.
Honestly, that is best case scenario, right? Enemy moves their bot lane up, JackeyLove catches another wave, but you still get the objective because your support was there first.
Ooh, okay, they're going to jump straight onto Rich, and he knows he's dead, so he's just going to try and take out the wave.
Wave, we're dropping the Amumu crying. Oh, man. You know what, last series, he really was light on the emotes, and I'm glad to see he's revitalized. That has been my favorite thing about Top Esports is Wayward spamming these emotes. So always a good game when he's dropping those. But yeah, I mean, much better Herald setup from Top Esports. They have that in pocket. This is night and day compared to the Game 1. And we'll see a replay coming out. There's just nothing you can do. No flash available, and obviously with Tian using his to secure the stun, he makes the right call to go for the minion wave.
Yeah, and they don't drop the Rift Herald either, so we are still going to have that in the back pocket of Tian, so we'll wait to see where they want to try and maybe work that into their plans. But top lane now being pushed in. They will get a couple of plates here now for Wayward. Just the one, actually, as he walks himself away, realizes that there is a Jarvan in the area alongside Rich coming back in to protect it. So, again, good moves here from Top Esports, and honestly, it's exactly the kind of mental shift we needed to see for them. Game 1 was rough, to say the least, and now it looks like they're finally coming back in with saying, look, we did it, you know, we did our homework, as you said, we looked at our mistakes, and we figured out what we were doing wrong, and it was purely execution-based. Now, Mark here try and contest PP God for the Vision, as Dragon is just about spawned. This will be the second one of the game for Top Esports, but with Karsa now roaming in, they should be able to look for a 4v4. This could be a full fight here, and the TP has just been used by Wayward.
Just TP top. You know, that's a little bit of a bold one if you want to make a Dragon play. But ultimately, I guess they're not expecting Rich to come down, or maybe they're just looking to ward V5 away from the Dragon. We'll see how this one plays out. They still have the Herald in pocket, so they want to slam that middle bot. They can. V5 trying to establish control of the area, but don't think any of them are going to start this off yet.
Again, just more pressure kind of being, you know, pushed to pulled against, and we'll see if any team wants to pull the trigger on what they want to do. Both mid laners trying to gain priority into that mid lane. You would see the Rift Herald go down. They do land the stun, but it's a pretty tanky rise. Already got the Merc Treads, so not going to be stunned up for too long. And Top Esports try to re-establish control. They got to be careful, though. They're kind of being corralled and pincered in, almost herded like sheep. But never mind, these sheep have fangs, and they're going to try and bite back as they look to try and make this one work. But a double knock-up. The Moonlight Vigil goes across, but the stopwatch is great from Mark to keep him alive. Rise, however, is machine gunning across this team. Top Esports thought they could look for the fight, but they were oh so wrong. Oh! Never mind! JackeyLove with the feathers finds two more and turns it right back into Top Esports' favor.
I was about to say so many negative things about Top Esports, and then JackeyLove comes up huge, and V5 disrespect the feathers. I mean, that was just an absolutely lost play, and then JackeyLove pulls it out of his hat. It's not a rabbit, it's feathers coming out, and he just managed to deliver that one so flawlessly, getting the kill on a rookie, and PP got there. Man.
Let's have a look at this replay, because again, look, this is just Mark going on a Photic is a little bit isolated, but they buy so much time.
Yeah, he has summoners, so he tries to wait for the cleanse, but Photic gets out, and then critically, we see the Viego just get one shot. And I talked about those resets, they don't work when your Viego and your Vex are the first two to die. But then the feathers are just disrespected here.
They can't see them over the wall.
Yeah, PP got so low. and then just pulls them in. I feel like getting Rookie, fair play, but PP God, I don't even think Jackie Love expected to get PP God there.
No, he did not. Well, we go back to the Dragon, and it is going to be secured by V5, so they stopped the stacking already. We'll get the Rift Herald into mid lanes. That sets up a second Herald push in about just under 2 minutes' time, but V5, they're not to be outdone just yet. It is a pretty close game, but Top Esports, they are finding a little bit of better momentum, and it's from the players we expected to see it from. Jackie Love, one of those big key carries that you just need to be popping off if you want to try and take these games.
And again, I feel like that was kind of worst case scenario in a fight for Top Esports and was saved massively from Jackie Love. I do think the approach wasn't really correct, and we'll see if they're able to deliver a bit better in that regard. Because again, the way I talked about this team fight for Top Esports is you find a target, you kill a target, you get the resets. Committing onto Photic, who has his summoners, who can just flash away.
Oh, they got him. There's nothing you can do. 100 to 0'd here as I say that. He's got the phase rush, and he says me completely wrong.
There's nothing you can do except that, Ashin.
I didn't see the Eclipse. I forgot it had its shield, so he was able to keep himself alive. But you get an awful lot out of Rich now on the top side. He's going to have to try and just sustain off of these Krugs. Tien trying to see if he can steal, and will successfully steal away the red buff, and now Knight has to flash away because he didn't have a Shadow Surge to deal with Rookie, and this is like Top Esports. Yes, you got a bit of momentum behind you, but you don't want to throw it away! Wayward!
Oh, the crying Amumu!
God damn! Wayward finally getting the solo kill. It was kind of technically a 1.5 solo. We will give him that in terms of the stats, but Top Esports still trying to find that momentum, and they're still looking around the map to try and get some kills.
I don't think Rich disrespect this. Like, this is lethality Graves. This is one of those I need to auto-attack you Graves. This is you chuck out the ultimate from that distance, and it just pops them. So positive, right, Top Esports, they get that tower in the top lane without using the Herald there. Remember, the Herald was mid, so a big advantage for this Graves. And when we're talking about bursting down a single target, the Graves being able to throw out an ult that does a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah.
Actually,
okay. You know what? I was really happy to see if we could just make noises and see what happened there for the play-by-play. But yeah, honestly, Wayward didn't go down then. And again, Top Esports, they will pick up second Herald, but they have pushed away, V5 from that actual play because they got the priority in mid and top.
And Wayward is level 12, right? Rich is level 10, Cast is level 9. He is an absolute beefcake right now, and V5 didn't want anything of that. Now, we do still have Rookie, right? Got 2 kills in the earlier fight and is up in farm, so he's in a pretty powerful position. But ultimately, Rich dead again.
Yeah, he's gonna fall. He's not even gonna be able to get away from that one there. So Top Esports, they are starting to build up some momentum. They are starting to build that snowball we talked about, specifically in top side. It's becoming very difficult for V5 to actually control it. You need to make sure you're not kind of getting caught out consistently. Otherwise, Top Esports are going to do what V5 did in game 1.
I love this play from Knight, right? Shadowing the bot lane. Because obviously the game plan in your mind is, okay, we have Ryze, they're going top, we realm more bot and dive, but it's very hard to dive a Leona and a Xayah, especially when this Vex shadows. Vex shadowing, but you don't know where Knight is.
I was going to let you continue. You stopped yourself.
You don't know where the Vex is. You can't commit to the play. So ultimately, really good covering your back from Top Esports and Knight specifically. And now they are in a position, 2.5k gold lead. I favor that comp when it comes to team fighting. V5 are feeling the pressure.
Yeah, they very much are. And this Viego pick is becoming a very contested, very important pick here for both these teams. We saw it do fantastic things for Karsa. It's now doing fantastic things for Tien. And this is starting to get to become a bit of an interesting series. I won't lie, I was a little bit worried after game 1 that this was going to be a bit of a tough one for the side of Top Esports, that they've bounced back, and in what a way to do it as well. You now have 2 items onto Wayward with the Collector. No one can step to him at all. That's a Gore Drinker Karsa on the Jarvan. He's not going tank, he's looking for damage.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these Jarvans come in with like the Chem Tank. I still think like the Gore Drinker, it got nerfed quite a bit. It is a lot rougher than it used to be. You can get damage with this build, but ultimately, like in an extended fight against Top Esports,
You really will. Now we're going to see the Rift Herald being dropped down into mid lane. 30 seconds till Dragon spawns. That would only be the second for either of these teams. Actually kill the tower before Shelly gets her head butt off. So now they get a second charge, or a first, as the Solar Flare lands onto 2 people. And that's 2 towers perfectly set up. And now the fight can really maybe try and happen here. The Shadow Surge's been used, but Top Esports are shredding V5. There's nowhere for them to go. It ends up being 2 kills going over to TN, and that could... Honestly, it could be the Dragon. It's only too early for the Baron, but this is Top Esports owning the map.
Man, you see that Lover's Tiff, Zaya just deleting PP God. You saw the ult come forward.
Oh, the Shadow Surge!
Goodbye.
The Shadow Surge
Rookie.
resets, and now Rookie's in a lot of trouble. Has got the Realm Warp to keep himself alive and
Don't
safe.
do it, Knight. Don't do it.
He won't pre-press the cast on the R, but that's Dragon. That's top lane turret. That's a 5,000 gold lead, and we're not even at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting everything. Rookie just finds his way over here, but I'm not sure you can actually chase down. We'll see.
I mean,
might
he
have the
flashes
route.
for it. He's going for it. This is really difficult for you to do. There's a lot being invested here. I don't even think Rich can take him down without a little bit of help. That's 4 members. Yes, Wayward goes down.
That's what he gets for spamming the crying of Hoover. That's what V5 was saying.
You need to let that go.
No, I
okay?
love it.
You
It's
need
my
to let
favorite
it go.
card.
It's not relevant at all times.
It's so great. He makes it relevant.
But because you invested so much to killing off the crying Amumu on the top side, V5 then lose bot lane tier 1 and the Dragon, and this game is starting to snowball against them.
It's a 5k gold deficit. Things are looking really rough. We're going to get a replay. I just want you to focus specifically on PP God here, right?
Watch the emotes.
No, PP God, watch this guy, okay? So he's ready for Jackie Love to come down from the ult, but then all the feathers are set up, and watch this, just gets deleted. Kind of hilarious, in my opinion, and obviously you give the Rakan over the chance so you can chase down Rich, and yeah, things are looking rough right now, and the fact that Knight also finds this ult on a Photic who's just a little bit disrespectful, yeah, gets a follow-up, and now things are really in Top Esports control. We haven't seen the success from this mid-jungle from V5. I said, you know, the Ryze and the Jarvan, they would be able to have that strength. They just haven't been able to deliver, and now it's all Top Esports. 2 Dragons in pocket, though, so still a while before the Soul, but they're starting to look for some more picks. And look at Photic. No, Mark's not going to go for it.
I mean, they got to be so careful. It is kind of a 1-3-1 happening right now. Going to turn into a 4-1 in just a moment, but you've already put 2 people on the bot side. This is going to be very heavily skewed in favor of top.
Yeah, so this is Top Esports. They get some mid-prio, and then they move into the top side jungle, completely contested vision. If anyone steps up, they will just engage them and kill them, and it means they can then move up to this wave. Knight is pushed in, so really good play coming out of them. On the other side, V5 have gone for the 2-man push in bot, but Top Esports don't really care. They will even move Wayward up. They are playing through both top and mid, and kind of just happy to let top go and keep applying this pressure. And that tower has lost so much health already.
I mean, one more wave and this could possibly go down. Jackie Love is huge right now on 2 items, and with TN covering the flank, this is the base broken open. V5 are losing this trade so heavily. Yes, they get a tier 1, maybe they get a tier 2 here, but that's not where your base is now broken open. One mistake and you could lose the game.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to say, I feel like it's like the play you expect to see from Top Esports. But I think, honestly, V5, the fact you're trading at all is kind of positive here. But they will start the Baron. They want more out of this. They know Rich has no TP. But it's up to V5 to contest.
Look at Knight. He's off on the flank. He knows if he can get behind people, he's going to be in such a good position. They don't have him. And there he is. Flashes over with the personal space. It's going to force the stasis out of the Jarvan to try and keep Karsa alive. But he is dead to rights now. No jungler available. They go right back to the Baron.
Yeah, and they still have tools to try and find a re-engage, right, Chan? Would be able to ult and jump out. But now V5 trying to approach. Look at Mark!
Look at Mark. He's going to try and get something now as he tries to re-engage. Flashes away. And Wayward does get a lot of damage as well. So V5, they're going to try and continue to contest this. Top Esports, got to be careful of the poke that comes in from those accelerated shock blasts, and rightfully so in my opinion. Top Esports respect it and back away.
Yeah, V5 able to ward it off, and Top Esports, they don't capitalize anymore. Now, you know, if you put together the objective bounties as well, this has actually been a really good passage of play for V5, all in all. They're 2,500 gold down. They got 5k gold down. So, like, sure, they lost that top lane inhibitor tower. I don't think they really care at all that much. They got 2 towers bot. They got a tower mid. They gap considerably. So, despite the fact Top Esports were taking, you know, the correct option, they just ended up losing out in a massive way.
Yeah, and again, Rich, who was so far down in this game, is caught up in CS. He's got himself 2 items, and let's have a look at this, because this is great from Knight. But he gets the Solar Flare is a little bit skewed there from Mark, and doesn't really land exactly where it needs to. They do get the kill, obviously, at the end of it, but
it's just not enough.
It's not enough, exactly.
It's not enough to be able to go with taking Baron now. And with how much the goal gap is close, again, 5,000 to 2,000, that is such a stark difference. It is really starting to be a little bit scary for the side of Top Esports. We do see them going for the play that we just saw from V5, right? Send your mid and top laner into the side lane and try and look for a pick. If Knight connects with the ultimate, he can just set up the play.
He's on such a massive flank there. He's just going to go towards the mid lane and try and catch out Petey God, but Accelerate Shock Blast does not hit, as Rich now kind of pushes himself back towards his bot side to cover Rookie on this bot lane. All 5 members of top now here, while Photic pushes in the top lane. So, like you said, it's kind of a bit scary, and honestly, the big saving grace right now is V5, or sorry, the big saving grace for V5 is they have that first dragon. This isn't soul. This is only putting them onto soul points. They're not in any rush to try and defend this. They can keep stacking up those those items. As you've got an Aphelios going for you, you should be able to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
I think V5 are very effectively knowing where Top Esports are investing their resources, so they see Top Esports go, right, we want top side for Baron setup. We're putting a whole team there, and they go, right, none of our business unless you're doing Baron. Let's back away. Same thing happens to the bot side. You guys want Dragon? Cool, we're not contesting. And they just send someone to the side. They deep push a lane, reprieve some pressure, and also means you're getting some farm. So despite the fact Top Esports have picked up towers, have picked up dragons, the goal gap is quite close, and it starts to become a little bit scary. This rise for Rookie is going to be super tanky, and bear in mind, you have 2 lethality champions on your team. You have 2 bursty champions as well. He's going to be a bit trickier to take down. Carso working towards a GA. This Jace now, who is so far behind, equal items to the Graves.
And even has a bounty on his head because of the CS he's able to pick up, so yeah, this is a little bit of a curious situation now, but V5 maybe caught out in that top side. It is Rookie and Karsa, so again, 2 of the tankier members of the side of V5. Very hard for Top Esports unless they want to commit everything, and even then it's not a guarantee. Bot lane's being pushed in here by Rich, and this is Top Esports kind of similar to what we saw with them against RNG. Side lanes, the control of the rest of the map, the decision making when it comes to mid to late game, it does tend to suffer, and they're losing out on the side lane right now. Oh, never mind. Rich, he's got to be careful. He's going to see now a teleport coming in as Wayward just get a lot of damage down, and he's almost certainly dead to rights. He's almost trading it back, but they get the teleport out of the Vex. And yes, you invested it and you get a kill, but you don't have control of the Baron anymore.
Yeah, but I feel like V5 aren't able to do this because Wayward would TP in, have the numbers. They sacrifice some vision. You know, they get a kill on the Rich, which had a shutdown hilariously enough, but it doesn't really translate into more, right? So, but at least it's Top Esports stopping that silent pressure. The question is, would they start a Baron now? Bare minimum, they're going to sweep out some of this vision and potentially see what they can get off the back of this.
This is risky. You've got Rich coming back up in just under 15 seconds with a teleport, so he's going to be able to make something work here, as we can now see Mark jumping in on top of the Rakan, and he is dead. Deleted. This Baron now going down to 7,000 HP. They may try and flip this one here. Photic maybe chosen the Moonlight Vigil, but I think you just got to let this one go, lads. The Realm Warp going to be coming in as well. They get them in, but it's only 2 members on the side of V5.
Oh, Rookie stole it!
Rookie, the hero for V5. They lose their lives, but they stop the objective from going over to Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, managing to get you and your jungler in. I believe Rookie used the spellbook to have the smite to be able to contest that one. But ultimately, you still lose outright. You lost so many members, 3 more going down. Top Esports, they don't get all they wanted, but they're going to push up through the mid lane.
There's some long death timers now. You won't be able to end the game just yet. The Moonlight Vigil comes out. Oh, the accelerated shock blast. They can't even break open this mid lane inhibitor. And that means the V5, they wait even longer. They stop the push. They are about 3,000 gold behind, maybe 2.5, but it is becoming less and less relevant the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, they have Dragon in 2 minutes. Would be sold for them. They kind of need to secure that if they're going to continue any momentum in this game. They really feel like they're losing out here. We see the replay on this one. Does Rookie even actually have the smite here? It looks like he has Ignite. It would be crazy if he ended up stealing this without even having smite available. By the way, uses the Realm Warp to get into the pit.
Let's have a look right now, because again, look, you look
at Top
Esports.
He just has smite. Yeah,
he just gets it. But like Top Esports stop, they want to try and kill them off before they come in. But double smite.
There's too much AoE as well, because obviously the only thing Jackalope can do is AoE. Wayward a lot of AoE as well.
Yeah, smite.
It's really hard because they kept it at 2.5, which is normally like a healthy amount, but the fact it was double smite and AoE damage, you know, they had to kill them, just ended up resulting in being stolen. It's not the end of the world for top esports, but not exactly a good feeling. And now this Dragon is the next focal point. Rich, super strong, going to set up with some early poke. Really going to come down to this fight to kind of dictate the game.
Let's have a quick look at summoners right now. You have all flashes available for V5 and, of course, for the side of top esports. You are missing a teleport and a heal, Ignite as well, onto Knight, Jackie Love and Mark respectfully. But the poke is decent here from V5. You got to be careful from top esports.
Onto Rookie, they did like no damage, so not the best use ultimately. We'll have to see if they can get the reset. So they're looking for Rich.
Flash from Rich keeps them safe for now, but got to be so careful. It is V5 though, bullying them way out, bullying the side of top esports away from this objective, and honestly holding mid-wave a lot better compared to the side of top esports.
Well, they have the Baron buff as well, which really helps out in this situation for mid-prio. I'm looking at Knight honestly here. He has the ultimate, has that big AoE CC. If he can land a big one, that's the potential for the reset to come out. But honestly, looks like top esports haven't found their way in. Yeah, they're just giving up. So, man, considering the lead top esports had, to have it slipping away like this, to be losing out on this Dragon and that Baron, considering how the series against RNG went. For anyone who didn't watch it, top esports against RNG, top esports won early game 4 games out of 4, and yet they lost 3-1. This is worrying. It feels like it's going a similar direction.
And again, it comes down to how the map is being played. V5 are just playing smarter around these different timings. Yes, we talked about it. You know, I thought it was a great move from top esports to get themselves the tier or the inhibitor turret on the top side, but they lost 2 turrets in bot. Then
with
they
bounties.
lost with a bounty. Yeah, exactly. So it with the bounties is huge right there. And honestly, with Rookie here, they might just try and turn this one, but no, Rich will be killed. They will get themselves the TP out from Wayward. He'll have to go golden. It's going to be Knight trying to kill him off. There's Rookie coming in. A double stopwatch here for Knight, and that's going to see the GA come out, and this is great for top esports. They are turning this one right on its head as they've got the 2 massive solo laners coming in clutch, and 3 kills goes over the top.
I don't think V5 expected that. Knight with the double stopwatch, and then Wayward. You look at his items, right? Lord Doms on top of the lethality, just ignores armor essentially. The rest of top esports are like, right, we just won the side lane. Yeah, they can just look to end, honestly. If they find an engage window on a Photic, it is over.
Oh, the Moonlight Vigil is good, and that's a lot of damage to flash in, but the Xenoblade doesn't land. They're going to try and turn this one around. Jackie Love was tanking tower and has to go straight up into the feathers as he knows he would have died to the tower, so they cannot end the game. And again, little small moments from top esports just take away all the good.
And that's the thing, right, is they still got a lot of gold from that play. But gold's not the most important thing, right? You wanted to take something, whether it was a game or an objective there. Ult comes down. I mean, this is just Vex against a Squishy. Complete 100-0 here. Kind of funny, Knight is like up in the air in this replay, so his positioning looks very different to what it really is. But the engage comes in.
Floating above everyone. That's how big brain he is.
Stopwatch again, but the damage from Wayward with this Lord Dominic's just absolutely shuts him. This is such a weird replay with Knight. It's so...
It is messing with my head a little bit. I'm just like, wait, why is he over there? But all you need to know is that 3 people died.
Not
on
the most
side
informative
of V5.
replay.
Yeah. And no one died on top esports. But at the end of it all, it doesn't really change anything. If anything, now you've lost that double stopwatch play. That would have been fantastic for a team fight. Yes, you break open the mid lane, but Aphelios is now on 3.5 items.
But what I will say is, Wayward, Flimes on this Graves, right? A lot of damage coming out, and that was an Infinity Edge pickup as an expensive item. We do see Rich on those Flimes as well, but obviously a bit cheaper. Now, Baron in 30 seconds. Bit tricky to play for this one, but Dragon will be in 2 minutes. So we've kind of gotten over that lull point where there's nothing really to play for. Now things are going to heat up very quickly.
Yeah, we're going to see them now pushing forward. Wayward is going to take a lot of damage by going with the IE and not the Death Stance. Of course, we'll take the full brunt of the poke damage coming out here from Rich. And now V5 trying to just defend in towards this mid lane. And these accelerated shock blasts. If they land 2 or 3 of them, and it does change the dynamic of the fight.
They even gave blue buff to Rich in this situation to try and just consistently land that poke. And that's the problem. Top esports, I said it before the start of the game, against a Jace, if you can fish for an engage and you're ahead, you can just go and not let them set up the poke. But when things are more delicate like this, it gives them a lot of windows to land that poke on the enemy side.
Oh, well, you can see that Wayward went up towards that top side to push that one in. It's going to be answered by Rookie, who does have the Realm Warp. Needs to be careful. No real vision there. Mark looking for something. Solo Flare tags the end of it. Karsa is over the wall as they might try and look for an engage. It's exactly what they're going to try and go for. Try and maybe jump onto Jackie Love. But this Jarvan just cannot survive. He will get the flash from Jackie Love to get him out and to get the kill. Now you have no jungler and the Baron is there. I don't think Rookie's got himself the smite on the back pocket this time.
I gotta say, this is literally what I said at the start of the game. There are not many good targets for Karsa the ultimate in the late stages. Tries to go for Jackie Love. Jackie Love is like, what? And yeah, they're just going to do the Baron. V5 going to try and contest, but look at Knight on this deep flank.
Deep flank from Knight has got the Shadow Surge coming in. The Baron goes down, secured there by Top Esports. Now V5, Rookie a little bit isolated away, but they do get themselves right on top of the back line. Knight does have to go into his ultimate stasis. Jackie Love takes a Moonlight Vigil to the face, and look at this damage. It's being turned around. Rookie very healthy, and V5 are starting to get a bit of confidence right now. They're chasing back Top Esports. No one else will die, but it's definitely starting to look a bit rocky. 25 seconds till Dragon spawns, and oh, PB God, he wasn't quite able to stop the reset there coming in. It should be Top Esports still able to get this mountain soul, but V5, they're starting to feel good.
I know, they're pretty late to the objective, right? V5 are going to be there first and have control. It comes down to whether Top Esports find an angle to approach. Photic currently fishing, but hard to really engage on the Chan when he is in that mist.
Here we go, this could be it. Could be Mountain Soul for Top Esports. If V5 can secure this objective, they would put themselves on the Soul point and really just take a lot of time off of this Baron push as well. Mark gets caught out and takes a good chunk. The Baron's just being taken right now. Knight's going to try and get over the wall, but that's going to be V5 taking themselves off the Soul point. That's 3 dragons for them, and they're going to be able to get themselves all the way out as well. This is huge for V5. Not only do you get the dragon, but you've wasted so much time on the Baron.
And on top of that, going to have 2 mountain dragons in pocket now when you have this super tanky Rise, as well as the Jarvan, who's getting quite bulky, has a lot of value. Now, Top Esports still have the Baron. They want to make use of this, but they must be so frustrating missing out again and again on these neutrals. For now, this tier 2 bot will be sacrificed by V5. But they will be looking to defend and stop attacking.
I've been kind of quietly talking about this and, you know, seeing how everything's going. It's actually the gold lead's catapulted up 6K. It actually has been significant in terms of what Top Esports have been able to do, but it does feel like with the scaling V5 have, it's getting harder and harder to make this one work. It's a massive wave in the bot side. As we can see, there's the flash from Photic. He did not have cleanse, but will keep himself safe with that particular summoner. You do have 2 cannon minions doing work onto this tower, but the shock blasts, good God. Now they can maybe jump on Knight in the mid lane. He's gonna have to be flashed away, but no! The Rakan is very squishy and he will end up falling. And now V5, the flash in from Mark, they're gonna get the stasis there out of Rich as Chase needs to try and keep himself alive. The Moonlight Vigil does not do enough. They trade back the support, but it's not really what you want. Towers falling, inhibitors as well. Can Top Esports end the game right here, right now?
It's all on Photic to defend here. He is that big carry. Top Esports have to be a bit careful approaching this one, but it's a 4 against 3.
It is a 4 against 3. There's a double knock up on the Cataclysm. It's all on Photic. You can see Rookie
he's gone!
But he's gone. Deleted in an instant as Top Esports, they got the early game. They worked very, very hard, but they will eventually get the win and equal us up to 1-1.
It's a win, right? Top Esports do get the point on the board. But man, that should not have been that hard. That was a roller coaster and a half in that one, and they do end up winning out in the end. I think a big aspect is I kind of talked about the Jarvan didn't have good options to ult onto. I did like the team fight that Top Esports had in the late game. I feel like if Top Esports didn't have as many tools in the late stages, they probably would have just lost.
Yeah.
I think this is kind of what we saw when they had that game against RNG, where RNG, the better scaling comp, they did end up just losing. So I think they gave themselves some tools in draft, but man, it should not be that hard. It should not be that hard. Compare that to game 1 where V5 were like, okay, we're ahead, boom, done. Right?
Yeah.
The night and day.
Yeah, it felt like it was a slugfest. It felt like it was just constantly, they were fighting for every small little bit. And the funny thing is as well is that even right up until the end, they didn't get sold despite having the early Dragons lead. They constantly took really bad fights around the Baron, and it just felt very, very disconnected. So for Top Esports, you take the W. It's now basically a best of 3 with the next 2 wins going over to whoever, gets them and winning the series. But You gotta start cleaning it up right now. Like, you gotta be and now because V5 have side selection, you gotta figure out what you're gonna be banning.
Yeah, I feel like, often you lose a game in a series and you go like, okay, what's the lesson? I feel like top esports have a lot of lessons from that one, despite the fact they won, right?
We won. Why?
Yeah, so, I think V5, I would, even with that loss there, I would still feel confident you made them really work for it. I will say the Jarvan didn't feel it in that game.
No.
I think they were definitely just wasn't really valid. Rich really got bullied out a lot by the enemy team as well. And this Viego looking like a big contested pick in this series. So we'll have to see what happens in the next draft. What a back and forth, honestly, though.
It's going to be so difficult to tell as well because don't forget, Top Esports have played the first 2 games on blue side. So they had the option to first pick it. Now I would argue, I put some decent money that V5 are going to go over to the blue side, get that first pick priority. And, what do you change up? You're going to have to start taking the Zeri ban now as Top Esports, which means you're going to have to either drop the LeBlanc or the Orianna.
No, they can just drop it because they banned Hecarim. They banned Leona game 1, Hecarim game 2. I don't really care about those bans, right? I feel like
the Viego open though, and the Lee Sin.
Well, if you leave them both open, that's fine, right? If Lee Sin and Viego are open, you trade them, right? I'm okay with that. You ban Zeri, you ban LeBlanc, you ban Ori, boom, done. That is Top Esports bans on red side coming out. I'd be fine with that.
All right, hang on, just so I can confirm it. What are you saying? The first 3 Top Esports ban?
Zeri, LeBlanc, Ori.
Okay, you're going with those 3. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna call you out and just slap you on broadcast. It's just like, no, you were wrong.
Actually, maybe the Ori, because the Ori could be a first ban. Maybe it goes Zeri, Ori, Orianna. Regardless, we have our post-game thing, and we can see, is that the correct goal graph? That looked like the goal graph from the first game.
That is the goal graph from the first game, and it's also it's the actual end screen. Ignore that post-game screen. That is the wrong graphics.
I was about to say, that is not the goal graph for the game we saw. I was excited to see the goal graph, and I'm like, huh?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
That looks awfully familiar.
That looks awfully too smooth.
In 29
for
minutes,
Top
no, it's just how it is. It is the wrong graphic, unfortunately, but it is, things happen. We are in a remote broadcast. But end of the day, Top Esports get the win. V5 will now have side selection going into the next game. Honestly, I would love to see something change. I think jungle, despite it not being as big of an issue this particular game, it kind of is a massive focal point for both these teams. I feel like when Karsa is on the Viego and relevant versus on the Jarvan and not, it's a big difference in terms of how V5 look.
Yeah, I mean, that is more like it, right? We get the up and the down and then back up again. Definitely roller coaster like. Yeah, this Jarvan really just did not do too much altogether. You can
top
see
lane damage between the two.
I mean, both these picks able to do so much damage, especially as they both built lethality and were just taking chunks out of each other. Ultimately, though, Top Esports get the win in the end. You can see things finally petered up on the gold graph. And I think go to this next one, red side, I do agree with the point that it's going to be, you lose 1 ban to the Zeri. I think you probably lose 1 ban to the Ahri as well. I think probably goes Zeri, Ahri, Ori. Will be the bans for Top Esports if they get put on red side. I think LeBlanc is okay, though. I think he can kind of manage against that, despite the fact Rookie is fantastic on that champion. But we'll see. I think that's the thing, is trading junglers, trading AD carries. I think this series has been a bit different because just the fact Photic doesn't play Xayah kind of shifts the dynamic a little bit. We could honestly actually see, what I would like from V5 is if you ban the Xayah, that kind of forces Top Esports to ban Aphelios. Yeah. And then they have even less bans, right? We're only talking about them losing bans. They end up losing even more. But we'll see what direction they end up going with, because I think we're just going to go to a break, and then game 3, 1 apiece, basically turn into a best of 3.
Yeah, and we'll see you on the other side of the break. But now you got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of when the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the fact that now.
Oh, there it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening. The Shy finds his mark, and that's 2 more kills over the way, though they are taking control. Subjugate. Leyen has no health bar and he is taken down. There's the hostile takeover. More of a CC than anything else. Free gets exhausted as he goes in with slicing melts from the Moonlight Vigil over the wall. Is good, but Cube trying to keep himself alive. Oh! Massive move from Strive. He doesn't get the try and Angel go forward. They're trying to find Flandre, and they will be able to get him out. There's the Undying Rage coming out as Angel gets knocked up by the Dreadsign. They've killed off Angel, as you can see there. Scout has been the focus, but they can't take him out. They will take 2 kills as Viper goes in. Scout trying to make this one work. He goes golden. Remember, he'll have another one to go if he should need it, but he doesn't right now because he's just doing the damage. He's just putting in the hurt, and Scout is keeping EDG in this. Hello, Guanfong. I'm JJ, and that's going to be sold.
I need to see it because the fight's going down. Elder's still standing. Mako's dead. Clint's now dead as well. EDG jungler going golden, and JJ is going to get a world of surprise. He comes out with Scout, with the Emperor's Divide Glide in the back line. Sends him to Viper. That's express delivery. And Scout flushing away was so clutch. Elder on FPX's side though. Jello who's coming back in. No ulti. Care in front of the Elder. Scout does it. Everybody's dead except for Flandre.
EDG want to try and get some of these low health bars, but they're being corralled, herded away into the danger, into the darkness of Weibo Gaming's jungle. And Weibo, they know they can't let this one go. These 2 birds, he's trying to get one Scout, but no, not quite able to find Huanfeng. The flash is good. Angel is here as he tries to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world of Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one. They're doing it! The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. SOFM, he's got ult again. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off in this fight, and EDG won't go down.
Welcome back, everybody, to the lower bracket finals, and my goodness, we have a series on our hands. Thank God. After game number 1, I thought this was going to be a doomed 3-0 stomp from V5. Top Esports finally fighting back, but it has to be said, lads, like, off the bat here, not the most convincing win from Top Esports. I mean, Dagda, this was chaotic to say the least.
Oh, it's chaotic from start to finish. I mean, you look at like the early stages of the game where Top Esports, like, it's a very scrappy, very messy skirmishes where we're seeing at Dragons and Rift Heralds, but you know, Top Esports are starting to come out on top. They're looking pretty good. And then you get to the mid game and it just feels again like Top Esports have zero clue about how they want to try and finish out a game. It's very messy. They're trying to coin flip Barons, which are giving Rookie the opportunity to steal them away. Nothing about this felt clean. It felt like, you know, people at the beginning just trying to outplay each other every step of the way. And then late game, again, Top Esports, we're kind of seeing the cracks in their game plan.
Yeah, I feel like for Top, there's like 2 things. That is, one, they, like in mid game, they did so good about playing around sides and picking off Rich, but they kind of went away from that mid game. And 2, they're not as like aggressive or decisive in terms of like playing into the enemy jungle in mid or late game, looking for those picks like we see V5 do so well. So it kind of gets to a point where, like, luckily they weren't trying to dive in the enemy base and like throw games like we saw the other day. They were trying to bring out V5, play around the Baron, but again, then it just kind of ends up in this flippy situation.
Says a lot about the game that the first thing we want to say on the desk is like criticisms of the team that won. Like, that says everything you need to know about how
Vex is awesome though.
The one thing I will say, is Knight popped off. He's our MVP coming out of game number 2. The double stopwatch play in the bottom side of the map, like consistently in the team fights,
beautiful,
big ultis off and big fears off. Like, such a great game from him.
Yeah, I mean, that play especially was huge, right? I mean, had in the follow-up play on the push, Mark been able to hit anything, Top Esports could have just ended right there. But overall, I mean, he's definitely a top 2 Vex in the league. I think it's hard to say best. Him and Xiao definitely are amazing Vexes. But it's like, my God, the fact that he's one of the only 2 players willing to pull out this champion, I think just shows his proficiency on it really no matter what. So Knight overall, just once again, showing why he is the backbone of TES.
Yeah, and I think it was like, you know, great positioning, great awareness of where he needs to be in fights. Like when you're looking at Barrett, he's constantly playing off of like the denial of vision that he has with control wards to set up for flanks, like making sure he can get big flashes, like to pick off Karsa at major objectives. Like I think he just has a really good understanding of how he wants to play the Vex. But kind of bringing it back in, I think looking at I think he was definitely MVP late game. I honestly thought Tien was MVP in the early stages. I think he did a really, really good job in these early stages of like getting up towards Rich, punishing him on this Jace pick, making sure that you actually had Wayward in a really good position to be a threat pretty much all game long. And I think Tien, as you can see here, like I think a little bit underrated as we look at like how this early game setup was for Top Esports.
I definitely think Wayward, though, doing a pretty good job with this one. As you can see, the solo kill there. So many times across the course of this early game, I felt like Wayward doing a really, really solid job. The thing is, though, the early game didn't feel like it mattered that much later on. It felt like we saw this early game. That was almost a separate game to what we saw later. Jordan, I know you had a lot of criticisms of the way these two teams approached game number 2 in terms of the draft.
Yeah, and I think, like, thinking about the early game, right? Nothing happened for the first 10 minutes. And when you look at the compositions, I feel like Top Esports draft makes a lot of sense. Like, it's very holistic. You have this mid-game, strong pick composition, sets up well with a ton of bursts for the resets. But on V5 side, you have champions like Jarvan and Rakan who really want to go in and aren't very tanky. Then champions like Aphelios and Jace who want to play back, want to poke. And I think that's why we saw them struggle so hard. The Jarvan getting no value in the early game, setting up to pick off the Vex, roam to sides. And it left it so you're relying everything on Top Esports failing their engage and Aphelios and Jace just taking over late.
Yeah, and I agree. I think the biggest issue for me as well was like, we were kind of chatting about it like behind the scenes. I wasn't the biggest fan of the Jace pick. I think if you're not going to be that big playmaking, or you're not going to go for these big playmaking moments in the early game with the Jarvan and with the Ryze, well then you kind of would have preferred something like a Gragas in the top lane. We can actually play team fights better. It felt like once you fell behind this V5, even though they did nearly get back into it, it felt like you just didn't have the real opportunity to try and play towards the strengths of the comp.
Yeah, didn't have those opportunities. Unfortunately, we're already out of time on the desk here. I'm going to kick it back over to our casters. We're ready to jump into picks and bans for game number 3.
Thank you so much to our fantastic analyst and host on the analyst desk. I am still Ushin. He is still the fantastic Mr. Ox. And we're going to be jumping in to our next set of picks and bans. For Top Esports, they are going to be on the red side this time around, and I told you about the Lee Sin. They didn't ban it. You want to know something funny? You want to know what's something great about Karsa and Lee Sin? He has 122 career games on it, and his second highest is 66.
You're trying to present with stats. I said they would leave it open and trade it off. I also said it would be Zeri, Ori, Ari bans. So I'm out here establishing these things, right? They happened. Interesting enough, actually, this is mind-blowing. Photic on Zaya for the first time for the entire split. He's opted to pick it up. The counter, I mean, that's the thing, right? They took the Lee Sin, but Top Esports got both the Aphelios and the Viego, which is why they have to leave it open. And now, I thought we were going to see the Renata come out. Mark has been fantastic on it. But, you know, with the Viego, they want a bit more engage. And also, single target engage tied to a champion who wants a single target to die. Very effective. We go to the second rotation, right? Both teams haven't picked up their bot lanes and their junglers. Gonna come down to these mid and top. Trinimir is still open and available, which is something that V5 have been throwing bans towards, so could see that one taken away. We do see the LeBlanc, which is like carryover from the first 3 we saw before they were banning, being taken away from Rookie.
Well, we'll see what they find. I want to go for the Vex. Very powerful indeed there for Top Esports in game number 2, taken off the board. And honestly, we could just see some pretty big champions being taken away here. Wouldn't be surprised to maybe even see the Galio taken away. Yeah, you got so many ways.
That's the thing is, Knight gets first choice, so whatever he wants, he can get. So banning away Rookie's pool just works fantastically. That was something they talked about at the start of the day, was pinching out mid lane pools. We've seen 3 bans from Top Esports towards Rookie. The Rise is also something denied from him, but actually, in fact, they end up going for the Gnar. Bear in mind, Rich probably going to have the blind pick here.
Rich probably going to have to get themselves something that will be relatively safe. Because the Gragas has been something that both Rich and Wayward have played so far. The split and is generally seen as quite a decent, you know, safety kind of blind in that top side. But now for the side of V5, where do you take this last ban? You could keep going for the mid lane. Could keep pinching yourself like you mentioned. No, they're going to go for the Silas. So the Tryndamere is available.
Kind of a weird one. I mean, I don't think that you're too concerned about the Silas, but it's kind of interesting they banned the Silas, which is something Knight played tons last split. It is something you would pick into Twisted Fate, so maybe they want to go towards that to match the Galio. It would make sense in my mind if they were going to pick that one up. It's something rookies played before and had a lot of success. Or we could see them go in a different direction. I guess we'll just wait and see. In terms of top laners, we talked a bit about the Gragas being safe for Rich, right? Could also go for something like the Jace, but that Tryndamere even open just makes things a bit scarier for me. And so they go for the Gragas, right? Jace, obviously, Tryndamere, fantastic matchup to punish that one. And also, if you look at the composition of V5, they can very much kite back with the Gragas. And if you're going to do that, something like the Azir or the Veigar would make sense. And we'll see what direction they opt to go for.
Yeah, and honestly, I love the Gragas here for Rich because we saw it in our last series. He was bodying 369 in that top side with the Gragas, so definitely something he is prolific at and can now be countered by top esports. So you're trying to give Wayward the emote king of the LPL, something that he can maybe get some kind of priority on with. And honestly, if it's a farm fest up on the top side, the Gwen makes a lot of sense.
I don't like the Gwen here just because it's very hard for Gwen to team fight against this V5 composition, right? There's so much to just block you away. Actually, that Jace would make a lot of sense. They're going to go for Gwens. I think this is a bit of a tricky one, right? You don't have the most fantastic setup for the Galio in this composition, right? Your composition is a short-range composition that wants to go forwards. And look at the tools V5 has. Gragas, just body slam anyone who gets close. Lee Sin can kick them away. You have Azir, who has his ultimate to just deny melee champions. And on top of that, we talked about before how the Xayah can just lay down feathers in a fight. I think team fights, you know, on paper, top esports, if you just look at their comp, it looks like a nice team fighting comp. But into V5's comp, I think they will struggle. And as a result, I'm really looking at Knight on this Galio to basically cosplay Rookie in game one and get things rolling. Otherwise, I think they have a tough time.
Honestly, I love how your time in the LPL has conditioned you to say on paper, because it's like, you know what, sometimes things just, they don't go the way they think you're supposed to go, and they just decide to flip things. I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you. You know, you finally developed into the LPL analyst,
every single bit of analysis you do in the LPL has to have a massive caveat.
Yeah, a massive asterisk at the end. However,
it's that, you know, we've talked a lot about that extra factor. It's kind of like in physics where you have like dark matter. It's like, oh, you know, this thing has to be in place for the universe to work. In LPL, we often call it mojo, but there's just this like extra unknown quantity that just messes up any analysis where you just never really know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Which is why you have to have that caveat of, this is probably going to go this way, but also I have no idea, so let's just see.
Could join the rift and change everything.
Who really knows?
I think if you really want to try and understand it, you got to talk to Professor Munchables. He has a degree in shenaniganability, so very, very prominent and very knowledgeable in the ways of the mojo and such. But we are jumping onto the rift. It is only going to be our third game. We are guaranteed at least 4 between V5 and Top Esports, and maybe we go the whole way. But it is V5 now on the blue with Top Esports on the red. V5 had a fantastic game 1 where they absolutely smashed Top Esports, were made to work for their win in game 2, and now we get to see a different side of these two teams. But the Predator being used here on the bot side, PP God is going to find himself just face to face with the Galio. And honestly, I like this move from V5 just to say, look, we dropped down the vision, we know they might try and go for something, let's just keep ourselves safe.
Yeah, to play safe, you don't mess around with things like the Predator Galio level 1, can be really obnoxious to go up against. And honestly, I feel like V5, if things go slowly, they can be quite comfortable. I get a little thumbs up trade-off between Wayward and Rich.
I need you to just calm yourself. There's a lot of emotes on the screen right now.
No.
Don't get too excited.
No, shush.
No,
I will always observe the emoting. I think it's one of the best ways players can express themselves.
The only
and actually, we had
in-game.
this fantastic one, which was last series between these two, where Wayward was on Malphite and Rich was on Kennen, and Wayward was midway through solo killing him and pops in the mode, and Rich responds. You're midway through getting solo killed, and you respond with the emote. I just love that, and I like that we see those two dropping a few emotes between each other as well. Just a lot of good fun. Despite the fact this is obviously a very heated competition, still able to have a little bit of banter between themselves.
I mean, at the end of it all, yes, it's incredibly high-level competition, but you got to try and, if you're not enjoying it, why are you here? You know, that's kind of how I feel about it anyway. But
for the prestige, the money, you know, the competition itself,
nah,
a lot of reasons.
It's just a video game, mate. It's just a video game. But the support wars shall be won by the side of Top Esports, as Leona has been coerced away, and honestly the good damage here from the Calibrum onto Photic and onto PP God makes it very difficult for the side of V5 to make anything happen. However, it is still Azaya, so you still get that pass-through damage onto the backside of minions, who should still hit your level 2 first, and Top Esports respect it.
Yeah, don't want to play around with that, especially the Aphelios, not the best level 1 champion, as you don't have an ability. You can just switch between your weapons, which doesn't really add anything in terms of those. The big thing I'm looking towards is Knight in this game, right? You're against Azir. Azir is someone who's very safe in the mid lane, very good at finding priority as well, but not the best at moving compared to a Galio, right? And so that's the thing I'm looking out for, because I give Karsa the edge in the 1v1 jungle matchup, right, in terms of who's going to have more presence on the map. The Lee Sin has been such a pivotal pick throughout playoffs in the LPL.
100% win rate.
100% win rate, yeah.
Even in the games, they probably shouldn't have won with RNG.
And there are a few.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There's a couple of them. It's still got a 100% win rate.
Yeah,
and again,
so
like it's such a powerful early game skirmisher. It has to make you have to make good on it.
So I think for the other side, you know, we've seen a bit of an engage come in.
Knight did go down as well, and that's just going to be soaked up here. So a little bit early there from Mark on the Summoners, but as you were saying.
So I think that the Galio needs to be the thing that bridges the gap between them so that Tian can have success and then look to snowball in the Viego, because I do think this Top Esports team, I do think they want to be ahead, because if they end up going even with V5, it becomes difficult. It's not impossible. There are definitely avenues that can be pursued. Speaking of pursuing avenues, Wayward going for a very heavy trade and will force the flash.
Yeah, Ghost was used there. We're going to see there. He's going to eventually pick up the scuttle, but for your life, I don't think that's worth it. First blood goes to the Top Esports as PP God tries to flash away, but he's followed immediately by Mark. No one else just following him just yet, but you've got the Lee Sin, and you've got yourself the Viego to reset. That's just such a massive blunder here from V5, and again, Top Esports getting themselves a good early start.
Yeah, fantastic start, right? You get the CC down layered onto the Lee Sin. You manage to get the reset coming out from the Viego, and Lee Sin is honestly, we talk about how strong Lee Sin's level 3 is. Jan's like, let me have a taste of that. And, you know, I always find it funny, obviously, when junglers steal away a champion on Viego, you can see how comfortable they are. Tian very comfortable on Lee Sin, I think it goes without saying. And just able to connect the Sonic Wave thanks to Mark, and will pick up the kill. So very good start for Top Esports, and it's something they need. I think if they are ahead in team fights, it makes it a lot easier. I think that behind, they have to get creative with flanks and stuff, but having a good early game, shutting down Karsa, pivotal for their success.
Absolutely huge right there, and honestly, it's pretty significant as well when you think about, you know, the champion who was able to get that. It was TN on the Viego. We've seen it throughout the playoffs. Viego, when he gets rolling, when he gets those early kills going for himself, just becomes an unkillable, unstoppable monster, and this is something that now V5 have to be very aware of. And now with level 6s on the horizon here for the Gwen and the Galio, this is where the game starts to get a little bit tentative. V5, I really feel like that blunder around the scuttle was just not really worth. They didn't even get it. Oh, sorry, they did get it in the end, but it just, you give away 2 kills, and now 1,000 gold down at this stage of the game is actually huge.
That's the thing, right? When you make fights around mid lane, Knight is going to move, and he's going to be so much more valuable than the Azir. The Azir is a very stable, consistent laner. You can take comfort in that, but you cannot just expect him to show up at a skirmish and outmatch the Galio, which is why it was an absolute mistake for V5 to go for that one, and they have paid. But 1,000 gold is a difference right now. It's not too much of a disaster for them ultimately. We did obviously see that flash bit in the top lane. Rich just caught out without his body slam available. For the most part, this matchup should be quite comfortable. If Gwen approaches you, you body slam and you keep away. Do you now see both junglers showing up bot?
Oh, but Tian is going. He's there first, and Karsa can't respond. Straight up, just V5 not respecting the rotation, and we're 3 to a donut right now for Top Esports.
And Mark in particular has been fantastic so far this game. Very early, but finding both the CC setups for that first pair of kills, and also confident to go for the engage there to take out PP. Got 0-2-0 now for Leona, and Top Esports will just transition this into a dragon. So fantastic start, and if Viego is getting ahead, this is what we want for Top Esports.
I mean, this is significant now goal going over to the side of TN as we have a look at this replay in here. And again, look, it's just people, they're on vision. They know exactly where you are. You're not fooling anybody.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? This Leona gets CC layered long enough that she can't pop a W, right? On top of that, it's not an Aftershock Leona, so it's not like you get an insane amount of resistances just isn't able to keep himself alive. Cast is out too late. And that's the fantastic thing about that play, is not only do you find a favorable play, the enemy jungler's there, so it's not like they do anything across the map. Wayward's still pushing this wave in very comfortably. It's going to go unchallenged here. Actually, look for the ult.
Explosive cast was used. Wayward thinking about it. We are not going to see the Emperor's Divide land, and that's going to be Rookie now without that very big ultimate. You did use the Heartbreaker from TN, so it is a trade in terms of that, but...
Slick, though, from both sides. Like,
both
Rookie
sides,
looking for a good shuffle, and then Jan getting away on that one. Not having to be in the flash now. They are looking for PP God.
Oh, my God. He's no flash. He has nowhere to go. And he's just dead. Oh, dearie me. This is starting to become a big problem now. 0 and 3 right now for the Leona.
And this is a comfort champ for PP God, right? He has picked Leona consistently. In the last series, they try to get it basically every game for him.
It was banned game 1 against him.
And he's having an absolute disaster performances. And then in the bot side, JackeyLove's super confident to just push up into Photic. Bear in mind, this is Photic's first Xayah game of the entire year, right? So something that V5 hadn't leaned on, and now they are being bullied out on it, right? Bot lane struggling. We've seen jungle struggle. Wayward very comfortable farming up in this matchup. We do see Karsa come to Shadow, but they won't find anything. And Wayward, you know, if you get this Gwen ahead, it is going to be an issue.
Yeah, and the thing is that there was a ward just as Karsa was trying to come into the lane, so he was spotted out. His pathing was known, which probably gave more, you know, agency to JackeyLove to say, cool, I know exactly where I am. I know exactly how I should play this. I'm not going to be caught out randomly by a Flashly Sin Dragon's Rage kick or anything like that. So big moment there for the side of V5 to try and make something happen in terms of making it work in the mid lane, and it goes a bit awry. So now Top Esports 2,000 gold ahead. They got the early dragon. They're going to have first priority, you would imagine, now onto this Rift Herald. And this is just, again, similar to V5 in game 1. Top Esports snowballing with this early game.
This is a faster pace than we even saw in that game 2. Top Esports obviously got a big significant lead there, but it did take them a bit of time. And now just finding more and more momentum. They'll get the Herald on the top side without even moving the bot lane, so very comfortable there. And realistically, Karsa's not able to do anything in congestion.
Again, just so much ward, so much good control here from the side of Top Esports, and they finally feel like they had to take a while to warm up. Game 1, they were as cold as death itself. Game 2, okay, we're a bit rusty, but we're getting back into it. Game 3, they look like a completely different team.
Yeah, 100%. And now things get even more difficult, right? Because one of the things is now the Herald is in pocket of Top Esports. Karsa is going to struggle to make any plays, because if you show up bot or mid or top, and Chen is on the other side of the map, that's just a signal that he can drop the Herald and look to slam your tower. So Top Esports, they have the lead, they have the tools to continue that as well. And really, realistically, Chen can just fish for opportunities. If he finds a good opportunity for the Herald, drop it. If not, you kind of know that Karsa is locked into respecting the fact you have it.
Okay, so now we've obviously know Top Esports are ahead. They kind of have a lot of the cards in their hand. How do V5 mitigate it? How do they try and just get out of this as unscathed as possible without, you know, losing, say, a tower or two, or even all these plates that are consistently going in all 3 lanes?
Well, I think critically the thing you want to do is have Karsa not really show anywhere on the map, right? Don't show him vision. And then just move around to where waves are stacked up, right? If you keep doing that, it just means that Top Esports can't freely throw down a Herald in the side lane, because you'll be there to defend and keep the tower alive. If they can't throw it down the side lane, they'll probably just throw it down mid, and you're kind of okay with that, because mid is a hard tower to take. They need the second Herald to crack it, because against Azir, you're never taking that mid tower easily. So I think that should be the play. V5 are going to have to be on the defense for a little bit, but it's what they have to do when the enemy team has Herald. You can see bot lane constantly having this large amount of pressure means potentially we see Top Esports try and set up for a Herald there.
Tien did walk over rewards. They know this is happening right now. You got to be careful, though. Moonlight Vigil comes out, and that's going to put significant damage down to Photic, who already uses his ultimate. And now, with the Galio roaming down, you have to give this up. You can't stay here. You have to just forfeit all this money over to the side of the Top Esports.
Yeah, and Tien's on the other side of the map, so you're not going to be able to get anything off the back of this. You're not going to be able to defend critically. They might look for Wayward here. Potentially could find a kill, but it's just not an even trade at all.
Ooh, taking that turret shot there for Rich. Flash in, they get the kick, and they get the kill. So, good response here from V5, but they're losing a tier 2, and they're going to lose much more of it. In terms of gold percentage, Top Esports still coming out trumps.
Like, that's the thing. You go for that play on the top side, and that is just a signal to Top Esports, take my bot tier 2. And Top Esports absolutely will. So, disaster for V5, right? Karsa being on the top side of the map, Karsa showing as well for that gank, ends up paying back massively towards Top Esports. And now they're going to look to pick up this dragon as well. I feel like you're at this point of the game, right? You're 4,000 gold up. You have 2 dragons in the lead. Your Viego's strong. The Lee Sin's behind. These are all massive ticks for Top Esports taking this game.
I love what Top Esports are doing right now. We know we've already taken bot. We got a load of time before those plates go down. Swap out the top and the bot. Get yourself more pressure in those lanes. And this is just a straight up, execution of Wayward. He uses the ultimate, doesn't really get the right amount of, needles onto the back line. So it's kind of always going to be a little bit of pressure. And again, Karsa just doing well on Lee Sin. He's very comfortable on this champion.
Yeah, I mean, Rich is just forcing trades to get Wayward low. And instead of going for the instant Q because there's a W from Gwen, does go for the kick to secure it. Doesn't let him counterplay in any way. But, it's 1 kill. It's not that big of a deal. Top Esports still in control. You can see they've sent Jackie Love up to the top side to start applying pressure onto this tower, getting some more plates in pocket. And this Aphelios is going to end up being a monster at this rate.
And it's 4,000 gold lead. 4,000 gold and plates are still up and available. This is Top Esports with a much more dominant and commanding early game than we've seen all series.
This is what we expect from Top Esports, right? We've seen this be the team who, do fudge things up a bit in the mid to late, but the early game has been so solid, and this is more what we expected to see out of them. And right now, V5 is holding on and hoping they can mitigate the pressure. Oh no, look at Rich here.
Yeah, he's here. No, the explosive cast puts Wayward behind him. He's going to try and TP down, but I don't think you're going anywhere, buddy. You're going to get Everfrosted into the taunt, and they're going to try and donate that one over to the Wayward Fund of Gwen. So that is going to be a very unfortunate situation here for V5. And Top Esports just more and more advantages.
And he drops the crying Amumu as well. The ultimate tool from Wayward.
Your face lit up.
Dude,
you were like,
he dropped the thumbs up Teemo, right? You know when he got CC chained, he dropped the thumbs up Teemo when the TP got interrupted.
Find you someone who looks at you the same way Ox looks at pro players emoting. That's all I'm saying.
He's just Wayward, man. He has the best emote game in the entire league. You can see here in the bottom right, drops a Teemo thumbs up like he knows what's going down.
It just brings you so much joy. And when you're happy, I'm happy. That's all I'm saying. But now with the top lane being put under pressure, TN is here. PP God just defending his pink ward like his life depends on it. 5 seconds till those plates do end up dropping. As we hit the 14-minute mark, it is just about a 4,500 gold lead now in favor of Top Esports. 2 dragons and an Infernal Drake as well. So very, very relevant and powerful dragon to potentially be taken here by Soul. V5, you got to start making plays. You got to start doing something.
It's tricky. It's honestly tricky. The thing is, like, the Azir is going to hold up okay in mid. They're going to have to use the second Herald to get that tower. Xayah is a hard target to dive, so I feel like there's a lot of tools to slow the game down for V5, but there's a limited amount to be proactive, unless they can start finding picks. And I think the problem with finding picks is you're against a Galio, so you have to really be confident that you're going to get that kill quickly, or suddenly the Galio slams down, you get CC chain for like 7 seconds, and then you get the follow-up from the rest of the team, so I think V5 are kind of playing this one slow, playing it defensive, but that's not really going to get you back in the game. It's just going to extend it.
That's the thing. It's just going to extend the game out, and Top Esports.
But we have seen Top Esports. The longer the game goes, the more chances there is for them to mess something up.
I will agree with that. But you got a Gwen, an Aphelios, a Viego. You got pretty decent late game scaling available to you, and with another Rift Herald, they're going to accelerate that a little bit more. Rift Maker is available. They're going to try and go for the exact same play they went on a few minutes ago. You've got the flash belly bop into the explosive cast, and the kick is going to be available, but not quite used just there and then. And Wayward survived. This is the problem with the Gwen. If you don't burst them down immediately, they're just going to run away.
Yeah, not much you can do there against Wayward. Just dodging away from the Sonic Wave critically from Karsa. CC didn't last long enough.
Oh, Gale Force. Jackie Love keeps himself safe. Feel like if he gets stunned by that, or even closer to the edge of it, he is almost certainly going to die. There's plenty available. Karsa hasn't been seen, and that's going to be Jackie Love getting flash kicked over the wall and almost certainly taken out. Karsa picks up that kill.
Oh, so slick, just hiding literally around the wall, like a millimeter away from him, but he can't see you. Finds a kick opportunity, and that's the sort of picks that you want to see. Those quick, snappy picks. The Galio can't respond. You find an opportunity, you translate it into damage on this mid lane tower. This is going to be the Gwen TPing in, but
oh, it's going to be difficult. They might have overstayed their welcome just a little bit. And the problem is now your health bars are very low. 30 seconds till Dragon. You need a reset right now if you're V5.
I think they might just sack this Dragon, honestly. Which sounds rough, Don't get me wrong, but
Oh, PP
it's a hard one
God.
to contest.
He's in a lot of trouble here if he can't get himself out. The Everfrost is good from the Galio, and actually it's going to be Rich paying for the sins of his support right there. And Top Esports, not to be outdone, will keep pushing forward and get themselves into that mid lane. They haven't got the Rift Herald dropped just yet, but that tower is almost certainly dead.
Yeah, as soon as they throw the Herald down, the tower's gone. And you can see it is hard to take that tower against the composition V5 have if you try and do it naturally, which is why this Herald's so important. But ultimately, V5 can't contest this dragon. It's going to be Soul Point, right? And Top Esports, this is a big win con for them because they need that. I think that's the thing is we've seen V5 have tools to slow the game down. Top Esports, you want to just continue this momentum and give no opportunity for V5 to get in. Remember, last game we saw a lead from Top Esports, and it was taking towers of the objective bounty that really managed to bring it back. Now, I find this hilarious. I find the angle that Carter took here.
Walks up. You just don't expect it. He's literally in the line.
The line of vision.
line of vision is insane.
And you can't even. I feel like it's so hard to fault Jackie Love for that because you can't. He had a ward in the lane as well. He walked right through the pocket of vision. It's just one of those unfortunate situations where someone just plays something really well, and Rich ends up dying for his support. I feel like PP God, they probably just let him go. He's already 0-3. It's not going to change much, but either way, it's a third Dragon for Top Esports. It's a 5k gold lead. They still have the Herald in pocket, and I expect that to go down mid.
5k Herald still yet to be used. They are on Soul Point as well, Infernal Soul Point, so massively relevant Dragon available to them as well. And honestly, this game is just getting slowly harder and harder to kind of deal with. Interesting build path here from Rich. He's gone for the Chemtech, the Turbo Chem Tank, excuse me, but it also looks like he's going towards a Morello, so kind of half damage, half tank. It's an interesting one.
I mean, I feel like you can do whatever you want on Gragas. Like, it sounds funny, but I feel like you can build anything on this champion and it works. And ultimately, you can just set an Oblivion Orb, right? He doesn't have to fully commit into anything else. I think that's the one thing with the Bramble Vest is to proc the Bramble Vest, you have to auto. And in a lot of these team fights, Wayward just won't be autoing you, right?
Very
You'll be
true.
ulting across the team, autoing someone else. So Oblivion Orb is the better. If you're just sitting on a little component to apply Grievous Runes, the Oblivion Orb is going to serve you better.
That's very fair. You can already see it doing its work there. The little heart, little orange heart with the cross on it on the right-hand side of the champion. If you're wondering exactly where and when you want to see where the Grievous Runes are applied, as V5 now try and gain control back of their top side of their jungle. You know, it's never really a good time when you have to use your Scryer's Blooms defensively to see where all the vision is, but they have got some pretty decent room now up on this top side to try and maybe take a tower, a kill if someone from Top Esports overextends. Wayward is getting pretty big though, almost towards his Gnasher's Tooth alongside that Riftmaker, and his bot lane's going to become harder and harder for Rich to just try and contain.
I'm such a simple man. I see emotes, I smile. That is how it is. But yeah, I think, you know, ultimately the Gragas is decent wave clear. You also have the Chem Tank proc, the Empowered Auto to help thin out the minions. I don't think that Wayward can just walk up and start taking towers. And that's why things get a little bit more difficult, right, to close out the game, which is why stacking those dragons early is so important, right? If this was a game where Top Esports were this far ahead, but V5 had all the dragons, we could see it going on and on and on and on, as games with Azirs tend to do so. But the fact that they have that momentum, I know, 2 minutes, there's going to be a fight. And V5, you can't really opt out of that one. You have to be able to find a window to make it work. And the question is going to be how. I think the critical thing is you need to try and get to the area early and get some vision control down. Flanks are deadly. If Galio, if Gwen are on your flank, you just lose. If you can play it, though, front to back, that's where V5's composition does well. I think that's what I was kind of talking about. Well, no, that is what I was kind of talking about in draft, why I like V5's composition in the Top Esports, because they have so many tools to make it difficult for these melee champions. You're against 4 melee champions and a short-range AD carry. If you can keep them at bay, great. But the second that Galio or Gwen's behind you, it's done.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty self-explanatory way of looking at it from the side of Top Esports. If you can get your Gwen onto a flank, it is going to be rough for V5 and fantastic for Top Esports. But minute now until Dragon Spawns are just over it, and both teams now kind of hovering around this mid lane. You would love to take down this mid lane turret as a side of V5. It is tantalizingly close, but you have got Isaiah, not really the greatest of ranged AD carries to try and just go over and take it, so you have to respect that and hope you get an opportunity.
The important thing is being here early, trying to get mid priority, trying to contest vision on this side, but they're still afraid of Top Esports, right? They're at a 6,000 gold deficit. They know if like an engage comes out, they will just lose the dragon. but they are trying to get some vision in the area. And I think that's the thing. If top esports have control of the Dragon area early, and you have to push in and throw down wards, that is when it gets so easy to find a flank, because you have to be quick with the vision. You can't establish complete control, because already top esports are trying to clean these wards out.
Here we go, though. You're just shy of the Mana Mune turning into a Mer Mana right now for the Zayas. That would be a massive 2-item spike. You can see the Photics just running up, just try and get that upgraded as soon as physically possible. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. TP coming in here for Knight. He's going to put himself in the mid lane. Moonlight Vigil is massive onto 3. The flank is there. They haven't even used the Galio ultimate just yet. They're going to have the feathers going flying as they try and just run away from this V5. Haven't lost anybody just yet, but Peaky God is the first casualty, followed by Rookie, and top esports take away that fight, and they take themselves soul.
Beautiful engage, and it's Jackie Love who sets it up with the ultimate. And as I said, Wayward on the backline, nowhere for them to run back to because you don't have your flanks covered. Top esports going to dominate and win in that team fight, and will pick up the soul as well. You can see big ult from Jackie Love to start this off. Get that AoE damage down. Mark follows up with the ult, and then you're trying to move backwards. Wayward is there. And honestly, it's a beautiful cast for Rich to separate, but the team feels scattered. They don't have a defensive front. They do finally manage to escape towards the Azir Tower, but the fight is lost. The Dragon is gone, and the Baron too.
This game is looking fantastic for top esports as they just continue to get more and more advantages. A 8,000 gold lead at 23 minutes. Infernal Soul, a Baron. You have everything at your disposal right now as top esports, but Knight may have overstayed. He is going to get flashed in on top of by the Gragas. Explosive cast down. There's his ult, and he's out as well. So they use it so much, and there's just nothing for V5.
That's the problem. They use all the CC to get him into position to target him, and then he just ults away. They don't even get the kill on tonight. They do get the tower and some shutdown gold, but man, top esports, 7,000 gold lead. Baron in pocket. Infernal Soul as well. It is feeling disastrous for V5.
It's just so difficult right now. Thankfully for them, this isn't the end of the road should they lose this game, but top esports, again, game 1, very difficult for them. They looked like they weren't really at the races at all. Game 2, they won, but they had to work for it. Game 3, they are smacking V5 in the same sense they were smacked in game 1. And this is great to see if you're a top esports fan, because it took a while for them to warm into the series, but they are here to play.
We see Jacula playing aggressive with the Gale Force, fishing for windows. We do have Wayward in the side lane, just trying to not show so he gets collapsed on, but we can see Rookie pushing, Knight pushing up that top wave, setting that one up as Mark and Tien try and contest vision here. It's going to be very hard to defend. You can see even critically, Knight is actually holding this wave. They're trying to get the waves to crash at the same time. You can see, as soon as he sees one mid, pushes them both in, 2 waves of pressure.
Oh!
Karsa looks for it!
Karsa looks for it, but Jackie Love has too much mobility with his flash, with his Gale Force, everything available. The feathers do a lot of work, but not enough! And that's a double kill going over to the Viego. Triple kill for TN, and this is going to be the game. There's nothing you can do. You still have a minute on the Baron. Top esports will take themselves the match point.
V5 can't even defend against the Baron. What a stark difference from game 2. Top esports, a team who we've seen through playoffs have some issues with closing out, especially in the later games, have a very convincing win. Does look like it might take a bit more time though. V5 still trying to defend. Top esports have waves coming in.
And the dredge line does miss. You do have the Azir wave clear available to you. You can see Knight going in forward, trying to see if he can land someone with the Everfrost, but not quite able to do it. The Gwen's immunity means that those towers are but papered to the scissors as the Aphelios takes the kill. A double going over to the side of Jackie Love. Triple kill to Jackie Love. A quadra kill for Jackie Love as top esports decimate V5 and put themselves up 2-1 in the series.
Even with the respawns, they are so far behind they cannot defend their own base. They end up losing. And this is reminiscent of game 1 but flipped. Top esports, after a rough series we saw earlier in the week, get a convincing win come out, right? And that was very textbook. They had the early advantages. They didn't have any hesitation. And now, seeing that game, seeing them 2-1 up against V5, I'm feeling concerned for V5.
Honestly, it's a complete flip, night and day, as you have said so far. Like, the difference between game 1, even game 2, and game 3 for top esports, and honestly, even for V5, is staggering right there. V5, honestly, We can see why Photic doesn't play the Xayah. He doesn't look comfortable on it. It looks like he's completely lost.
It's not even first game in the playoffs. First game for V5, the entire split, the entire year playing Xayah. And it's a loss where he just looked like he didn't have the impact.
Just didn't look comfortable on it.
That's the thing, right? They prioritized that Lee Sin, and that's why I love the fact that Top Esports took the Aphelios, because that's kind of been the trade-off. Teams against V5 have gone, we'll take Xayah, you take Aphelios. But when you turn it around, you're putting V5 in an uncomfortable spot, because they can't just say, oh, we're not going to take Xayah. But because they haven't been put into this position before, they've gotten away with it. And I think it was really heads up from Top Esports. And then it came with the skirmishing as well. The Galio, once again, a massive factor, because V5 opted into that fight around the scuttle that backfired so heavily, and once the Lee Sin got behind, it kind of just felt like the whole team was playing, okay, let's just wait.
Yeah.
Till what? What are you waiting for? But never came.
And also, first loss of the playoffs for Lee Sin. First actual loss for Lee Sin. So, the dynamic of the jungle's pool becomes a little bit more skewed. It's no longer this godly pick that can't be beaten.
Well, I think I know which is the godly pick, and it isn't Lee Sin.
It's not Lee Sin anymore, but that's the thing. Like, it did feel like coming into the series, it was this, like, all-encompassing. Like, we saw banned twice by V5 in Game 1 and in Game 2. They felt like it was going to be, like, a big pick.
And now it's Viego. That is the god pick,
Yep.
right? It is just pick Viego and win has been the message of this series. And I think the thing is, Viego scales very well, right? If you get a lead on Viego, it can take you throughout the game. But also, you're strong in those skirmishes, right? You do need a bit of assistance from your team. You need teammates who can get people low, particularly things like the Galio Nort we saw in that first skirmish that have the CC to target out the Lee Sin and get him into low health. But then as soon as you get that reset, there's just so much value. That champion is insane.
Yep.
You kill one champion, even before 6. Obviously at 6, it's even more intense because you get your ultimate. But it's like, cool, I now have another whole set of abilities to use. Oh, we got another kill? Another whole set of abilities. And man, that is the cleanest gold grab.
I was just about to say.
Top esports we've seen in a long time.
Just the smoothness of it. There's little tiny blips, but it's definitely not as staggering as we've previously
Top
seen.
esports should take that gold graph. They should frame it and put it on their wall. Good job, right? That is what we want to see more of from this team. And if they have another game like that, I mean, that's it. That is them going towards the finals.
For a rematch.
Yeah, so it's going to be on V5 to answer back. The fact they got Carsa on the Lee Sin and it didn't work, and Rookie had his pool targeted heavily, right? We've talked about this pinching Rookie, this person who seems to be able to play so many picks, but even if he can, it's whether or not they work, right? Rookie's been fantastic on the Victor, but it hasn't worked. The Azir didn't work here for them, and I feel like we're getting some issues with the team. So reliant on their mid laner when he doesn't have a pick to help out his teammates, just feels like they don't have the game plan.
Yeah, and again, look, Rookie didn't do badly on the Azir. I don't think that's fair to say. If anyone says, oh, he was, not really doing a lot, Azir doesn't really do a lot. That's the whole point of him. As you said earlier, he's a very safe, very good farmer, and then when you get to super late game, he just shreds. Top Esports never gave V5 a chance to get there, and if you're relying on your Azir in the first 20 minutes of the game to be the playmaker, that's a bad time for your team. That is not the way that you should be playing around this pick.
And critically, when they fell behind, it became harder to cover from flanks, right?
Yep.
As soon as we saw Wayward consistently turn up behind you on the Gwen, it's like, well, that's not good.
No, it is not. Well, Top Esports going to be feeling good as they go 2-1 up in this series. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, the analyst desk might be going towards what might be our final game of the day. We'll see you guys soon.
Even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the factor now. Oh, the ult!
There it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening.
Gang kinda full of hoodies out, circle full of actors. Y'all should put a movie out. Night Rider, King Kong told us I'm a monster.
Going down here, Escape still has the flash, still has the ult. Target comes to wild, goes to himself. Yankos looking for it! Yankos gets it!
Jankos will always find a way, and he steals the Baron.
They do not know that Selfmade's there. Control ward now going down as the dragon is started up. They're going to start it on it. Jankos looking for the steal. No! F***ing way does Cap steal that from over the wall. He gets the Hextech Soul for G2.
First it's Jankos, and then it's the mid lane man, Caps.
To the top of that mountain, I was everything that they wanted. Been loyal, a rider, Viking, a fighter, but I've been further with my own.
These two birds, he's trying to get one down, but no, not quite able to find one bomb. The flash is good. Angel is here as he tries to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world is Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one.
They're doing it!
The other, and Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't, and that's another one. Scout is popping off, and then fight, and EDG won't go down.
Os Reinos chegando, não veio com ninguém, ficou pra trás agora o Jojo, a pela lateral, o Gui vai saindo também, o Barão foi abandonado por enquanto, Marcos gastou, que belo ultimate! O combo! Inflamatilha foi a caça!
And Blabber just gets cold from the Freljord, and he's still frozen solid. We're going to find a bit more now as Fudge walks away. Just barely staying alive and in the win some. It's going to be closer. Diving in for more. Kill number 2. Kill number 3. 100 Thieves just walking over Cloud9.
Chovy takes 2 of them out. There's a 3v2 fight on the top side that T1 are getting close on, but it's not quite enough. Gumayusi, though, he's looking to angle over. He might be able to get some damage in. Ruler is in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. The snap gets him on the backside. Gumayusi gets excited, and he's going to be the one that carries the fight in the end. That should be enough for T1, that they will clean up the fight just like that.
You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me, yeah. You better stop playing with me. All these years I don't know where to begin. Do I repair this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go where the river don't flow.
Welcome back to the lower bracket finals here in the LPL, everybody. And well, if you are a fan of top esports, you are over the moon right now. We've just witnessed an absolute clapping here in game number 3. It's 2-1 up now in favor of top esports after getting destroyed in game number 1. I think a lot of people had lost faith in top esports, and yet this Galio pick comes through 2 games in a row. And Mr. Lyric, I know you're not a fan of it, but I'm starting to believe in this Galio.
I mean, I don't know why we're flipping the early game at Scuttle Crab, but if you're going to just give Galio the opportunity to take a big old skirmish around the Scuttle at like 3-4 minutes into the game, like, I don't know what you expect.
Oh my god, I also just realized as I flipped out, I was muted, so the world doesn't actually get to know.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
Okay, well, Lyric was upset that Galio wins every early. Do you want to repeat your point on Galio, Lyric?
Man,
Go again?
It just can't lose. Every team fights the first 5 minutes. It will always reign supreme, and I accept Galio domination.
It killed me to watch, because like you look at the draft and I was like, oh, there's actually like, this should never work out. All you have to do as V5 is like take it slow, hands off. We're gonna like, all right, Azir's gonna play for late game. We're just not gonna give any sort of like early control to top esports. Then you get to late game fights, you're totally fine. You've got priority mid all the time. You basically have your priority bot whenever you want. You're gonna be totally easy to like take dragons and fight for Rift Heralds, and then it's just like, nah, sorry, love, we're just gonna decide to toss the game away in the first 4 minutes.
Like, even moving past the Galio, right? I mean, the Gwen, the Viego, you're playing up against a Gragas, a Zaya, and Azir, like champions that do so well against these picks. But, I mean, by the 10-minute mark, I think TS had a 4K gold lead, a 5K gold lead. It was just doomed. It was just doomed. There wasn't even a mid game for V5 to be able to play through.
This felt like the opposite of game number 1, right? The total flip around. And also, an important note to mention, Lee Sin finally having a loss in playoffs. And it was Karsa who, let's be honest, the Lee Sin looked good. That was like the one thing for V5 that did look good this game, was Karsa's Lee Sin. Like, mechanically fantastic. But, I mean, the entire team just falling apart. And we do actually have our MVP as well from this game, who was Karsa's counterpart, the Viego, coming through from Tien. Tien managed to get an MVP, and I know a lot of Western fans not big fans of Tien, but when he steps up big time.
I mean, you have two very controversial junglers on both sides. And, I mean, Tien just having the better game, right? Again, a lot of it, I think, coming down to the Scuttle Crab and then just overforcing coming from V5, which allowed Tien to punish things like the early gank in the bot onto PP God having a really rough game because of this guy.
Hey, and we're saying like Lee Sin now not 100% win rate, but if you look at this series, Viego 100% win rate, and it's been working out pretty damn well as well. And I think in these early skirmishes, when you're able to get these kills as Viego, he's just been able to pop the hell off, and that kind of feels like where top esports are finding the reliances, and these early skirmishes where they can set up Tien, and you'll see it here on your screen, right? Like, they're just able to get a couple of kills for the Viego in the early stages, and they just take over from that point. So I don't know, it feels like consistently top esports, whenever we go into these early skirmishes, are totally fine, but when we go into the later team fights, that's where V5 are stronger. So it just feels weird to me that V5 were kind of willing to give so much breathing room to Tien and kind of let him take over in the long race.
I think one of the crazy things as well is when we see the amount of scaling on both sides of the board in this game, how chaotic this game was, right? We've got a Azir on one side, we've got a Felios on the other side. And you'll see across these clips that top esports, with the gold lead that they had, like realistically V5 can't contest properly. And it doesn't quite feel as coordinated from V5 as what we're used to seeing either.
Yeah, and I feel like, I mean, it's rough, right? Because, again, they came out of the early game with such a deficit, and then you look at how TS can play the game, like, Wayward able to consistently find these flanks, V5 no real way of dealing with them, they can't even push into their own jungle to get vision. So I think the game was actually just pretty free for the side of top esports. This game was not good from V5, right? V5 actually did look pretty atrocious, and TS capitalized. And it's nice to see that TS were able to follow through and actually push a lead forward, because that's what they couldn't do against RNG. They were able to do it here today.
I'm not going to lie, lads. If this is what we're seeing in the LPL, I think we just hand T1 the MSI trophy right now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so frustrated watching these games where you're like, oh, this is a really smart draft from V5. Like, I loved the Azir pick when it came through. I thought it was really clever. But what we had seen from top esports so far, and then we're just willing to throw it away. Top esports in the RNG series are like flipping Barons and everything. It just feels like none of our teams, like, these are our top 3 teams, and it doesn't feel like we're getting consistency out of any of them. It feels like every step of the way, these games are decided by a coin flip in the first 10 minutes, and if it goes your way, fantastic, there you go, you're off to the races. Otherwise, it's just this slow, drawn out loss as you just kind of realize, well, we've completely screwed ourselves in just one play.
Yeah. One extra thing I want to just add on to the end of this conversation as we're getting ready to jump towards our 4th picks of bans here is that Aphelios so far in LPL playoffs has over a 66% win rate, winning more than 2/3 of the games that he's picked in. I feel like Aphelios has been the sleeper OP pick of our playoffs, and you know, Zaya has been skyrocketing in priority, but I feel like Aphelios is still the premium AD carry. He's the one that is consistently winning out, with Jackie Love getting another win there. We're going to pass it back over to Ashin and Oxlade. We're going to head into game number 4 and see if V5 can hold on.
Thank you so much to our AD. We talk about this new matchup.
I love the way Rob put it. We're like, yeah, I see this great draft. I love it. I'm like, I'm so excited. Oh, they inted level 3. Okay, game's over.
It's literally what I said to you when you were like, nah, man, this composition from V5 is amazing. They got so many disengage tools. And I was like, always add the caveat. Always add themselves the moment of like, but what if? And this is some lightning fast picks and bans. The Viego swap for the Lee Sin, and now V5 get it for themselves again.
Yeah, which it makes more sense when you think about the fact that V5 banned Nocturne last draft, which we've seen very occasionally, not too much success, but clearly he's doing something in scrims. But I like the fact that we see here and now, they come up with the Viego ban, the Trinamir as well, which gives a lot more comfort to Rich. And the Lee Sin, they have a Lee Sin without the contest coming out from Top Esports. Top Esports again go for that Aphelios, which forces Photic onto the Zaya or something else. And now we get to see what Tian wants to take in the jungle, likely going to get it picked up here.
Yeah, likely going to go for it. We saw him rotating through the 3 options he's thinking about, the Rek'Sai, the Volibear, and the Nocturne. Hell, even maybe the Diana. Something very different that we haven't really been seeing at all in playoffs. So curious to see where he wants to try and take this one here, but for top esports, it is going to be the Volibear, the big old bear. Very powerful in those early game skirmishes, and if you can get it snowballing, we are going to see Photic again on the Xayah. It's with the Rakan this time around, but I'm going to be real with you. I need to see a stark difference in that bot lane for me to be convinced.
Well, I'm going to say the thing I really like is the Rakan, okay? Because PP God honestly had probably one of the worst games I've seen from him in a long time, so he now has something safe. But the Rakan pick opens up Mark to take this Renata, which I would love to see. Please lock it in. You've been so good on this champion. It's so good with the Felios. And it's a really easy lane matchup into the Rakan, right? Rakan is not one of those big super threatening supports like Leona or Nautilus. That's one of Renata's weaknesses, is long cooldowns of the laning phase. Rakan isn't a champion you can do much about that. So they will lock that in. I like top esports draft so far, and they will continue the theme of banning out Rookie.
They're still banning him out, and we see the return of the Tryndamere ban coming in here for V5. They left it out in the last game. They brought it back into this one. So recognizing that mid lane is probably not the position they want to try and be pinching as much as physically possible. And that being said, though, I think this is kind of a returning theme right now, is that like we are seeing top esports ban away mid laners, but so are V5, and V5 aren't getting the better of these two trades. Yes, the Azir was great into the Galio, but it's just not working out for their team composition.
But I think at least they are targeting out Knight, right? Like, Vex is a very Knight pick. We saw Silas ban last time, but the thing is, I think you have to ban Graves here, right? Graves was one of the ones they banned first 3 in the last game. With the Jace being banned as well, it's potentially concerning. Although, honestly, the Jace is also something that sets up the Gwen. If Wayward goes to Gwen as well, Gwen plus Renata is disturbing. I can't even put it any other way. They will actually go for the Galio ban in this situation. So now, Knight, I feel like there's so many mid lane bans. Kind of interested to see what they do end up coming out with. You go Syndra, TF is also an option. Not something we've really seen too much from Knight, but something Rookie could go. You get your choice on this 4th pick. You could also just pick up the Graves if you feel confident on that for Wayward, but I think you want to leave counter pick for him. He had such a good game in the last one, and they can just take the Syndra for Knight.
I was going to say that Syndra is such a safe pick right now, considering what has already been banned. The Orianna, the Ahri, the LeBlanc, the Vex, the Galio. 5 mid lane bans out of 10 going straight towards V5 and, of course, towards top esports, but you got the Twist of Fate right now. Good pickup, does give you a lot of global pressure. There's a lot of kill pressure now in that mid lane for Knight. If Knight can land a Scatter of the Week, that could be a dead Twist of Fate very quickly.
100%. Could cause a lot of issues, but it's Twisted Fate plus Lee Sin. That's a very strong early combo. You have the roam potential, you have the point-and-click stun to follow up with the Lee Sin Q. And now we're going to see what top esports take. Honestly, I would be kind of vibing with the Malphite. A massive threat in the later stages, but we'll see what Wayward opts for here. Ultimately, you're not going to have as much pressure coming out from, like, in terms of globals, but despite that, they still go for the Aurelia. So this is Wayward wanting to challenge Rich, right? This is a rough matchup for the Gnar, because if the Aurelia ever gets on top of you, and you're a mini Gnar, you will just get squished.
And I mean, this is Wayward we're talking about. When we think of carry top laners, we think of Wayward. He's only been in the LPL for less than a split, to be perfectly honest, because he didn't even start for top esports. You got to remember that. It was Zoom, then it was, oh god, I've completely forgotten his name. It was someone else, but, Ching Tian, and then it was Wayward. You know, it was kind of like down that particular line, but this is a statement from him. If he's able to get ahead on this Aurelia, this could be huge for top esports.
Yeah, and I do think V5 giving themselves tools, right? Lee Sin, Twisted Fate, when we talk about games with Lee Sin set up for success, this is one of them. You're not against the Viego, you're against the Volibear, right? And Volibear is definitely a champion who has that early agency, but I could see V5 using those tools together well to set things up. If you can punish the Aurelia, great. If you can get the Xayah Rakan ahead, great. But I do have some concerns as the game goes on, because ultimately you enter in a Felios Renata, that combo is dirty, right? You have the Aurelia in the top lane. If she gets ahead, you know, she has a Renata as well. I can't think of anything more terrifying than a fed Aurelia who can't die running at me. That will probably be my nightmares. And I feel like if V5 loses this game, it will probably haunt them as well.
Yeah, it'll be that alongside Wayward not emoting. And you'll be like, ah! Just the worst of nightmares.
If I've ever seen it, if he pops off this game, this is going to be the emote spam game. This is the only one he's dropping it non-stop. If he solo kills Rich, he'll slam that Crying Amumu down, guaranteed.
We'll see if it ends up happening. For V5, You got to win this. You got to force it to a Game 5. If you lose this game, you are out of playoffs. We will have a rematch of RNG versus Top Esports in our finals, and you go off from first in the regular season to third at the end of the split. This is a huge moment for them.
And the thing is, you know, people can have bad series, and you can definitely say, man, we didn't turn up on the day. But Top Esports won last time. If you lose this series, there is no doubt that Top Esports just gapped you. And I feel like for V5, who came in as the favorites, right? Really strong performance in the regular split, to lose out here, to not even make the finals, would be devastating.
And for V5 as an organization, it is a bit of a roller coaster from last to first, to last to first. You know, like from last to, I think it was 5th or 6th, and then last again. Now up to first in the regular season, 3rd. It's still good for the organization, but the expectations were so massively high. I think Rich came in as a very much an unknown quantity, has looked fantastic in certain games, but has lacked that consistency.
I feel like you say that about any top laner in the whole league.
I think you can say that about any player in the league, to be fair, except for like mid lane.
I think mid lane's been consistent. Some AD carries have been consistent, but the rest, yeah.
Who's been consistent in AD carry?
I think mostly Photic's been consistent. A lot of times when he goes behind, it's not because of him. I feel like
Zaya.
I don't feel like it's because of Zaya. I feel like it's because your team got gapped. So,
yeah,
you know, that's a sad truth of AD carry, right? If your support ins, game's over. Your jungle ins, game's over, right? It's you sit back and farm and hope your team did the better things.
Well, thinking of doing the better things, where do you want to see these teams prioritize in order to do the better things?
I mean, I feel like, you know, early pressure mid wouldn't go amiss, just to set things up for the future, right? If TF loses his flash, it makes it much harder for him to roam, because obviously if he goes into the fog of war and there's a Syndra stun that hits him, he's just dead. But ultimately, I feel like top lane is going to be such an instrumental aspect of this game. But, you know, there's not the greatest setup on the side of Top Esports, but alternatively, neither is there on V5. So I feel like top has to be that focal point on this one. And if you can get an early gank, it's fantastic.
Well, we'll see a little bit of early harass between the mid laners as they both went Corrupting Pot. A lot more utility onto Rookie with the Twisted Fate. Of course, he has the Unsealed Spellbook, so going to have an awful lot more to use as, ooh, grabbed there by the handshake. And honestly, PP God, I was going to say,
my lord,
he has to get himself out of there. That's flash burnt already. This bot lane for Top Esports has been slowly finding its movement and its form, and this is getting scary now for V5.
These two bot lanes are always ones who will contest 2v2, and I said the nice thing about the Rakan for PP God was it's such a safe pick, you're not really going to have trouble, and he's being bullied out already, right? The Renata in particular, if she doesn't get threatened by an engage, you can just stand there and harass, look for the handshake to try and find opportunities, and just constantly applying this pressure. So Top Esports, things already going well for them.
Well, Tien and Karsa now fighting over topside Scuttle. Such a camp lead right now for Tien, and honestly, Karsa, you can't fight that. You can't go for that. He might have to lose his flash here already. He does have the Q to get himself over to the Wolves, but the Wolves are doing significant damage as well. Rookie is here. Flash has to be used, and this is awful for V5. Your early game with the flashes that you would use for the Rakan, the Lee Sin, they're not there anymore.
And I don't know what the game plan was, right? It's a full health volley bear. Why? Like, just get out. You're not going to win that fight. You're not even going to be close to contesting it. The thing with Lee Sin is he's very good if someone's low health with the execution right from his Q, but also he has the mobility where if you're not interested in a fight, you can get out. But he was so late on the ward hop, he just got caught out chunked and wasn't able to find an opportunity. He just got the bottom scuttle, but already things going rough for Carson. Jan, if he gets this gank, it's disaster for V5.
You're going to have to flash here as Rich, but they get flashed in on top of him, and he can't flash on top of the storm.
Oh my god!
The Sky Splitter prediction meant he couldn't flash away from it because he would have been slowed. This is so big for Top Esports.
So good, right? And this is where we want the attention. You get Wayward ahead. He's going to be able to push this wave in. And just what a fantastic gank coming out. As you said, right, the setup is there for the Aurelia. And that's the thing, you're in Mini-Gnar, dash in from Wayward. Doesn't obviously get the stun, but you're just getting the damage down. And then Chen comes in, flash stun. You had to flash early, but you would have ended up in the Sky Splitter. It would have been an absolute disaster regardless. Rich does at least save the summoner. But this is a lane that is so snowballing. We really needed to see V5 punish. They will have the TF6 coming in pretty shortly, but looks like
Rookie.
Jan is applying pressure there as well.
Oh, Rookie. Yep, he has to flash away from the scatter of the week there, but he doesn't have it now available to him. Tien will just kind of keep himself safe and push in this wave with Knight. We will see the handshake being brought out here now into the bot lane, as we can see maybe a little bit of an engage coming out. They do have the cleanse burnt now on Jackie Love and the flash, and that's the 2v2 prowess we wanted to see from V5. A little bit more life coming out of them as the rest of the map kind of falls apart.
And that's the thing, Mark threw down his abilities, and that's the thing with Renata. If you don't have your E, your Q, you can't really do too much to help.
Ooh, sorry, just had to cut across you there.
Yeah.
There was very close there, enough mana to get the scatter of the week.
But it means if you burn those trying to be aggressive, then your AD carry is vulnerable, and we kind of see the other side of the matchup come out. But ultimately, I think top esports, top is going well, right? The jungle matchup is going good. Mid is comfortable, bot is doing well, although they did just lose those summoners. I think they can ultimately be happy, but now Rookie has at level 6, and that is the point where V5 can start to play around, can start to use that destiny to make things happen, but Tiana's going to sneak away this dragon before he even gets a chance.
Yeah, so that's going to be first objective going over to top esports. There's going to be a nice little bit of solo stats in terms of survivability. The Mountain Drake is probably one of my favorites in terms of solo drinks to get. But now we'll wait to see where they want to try and go
I'm a
from it.
Hextech fan, honestly. I feel like the fact you get ability haste and attack speed.
Oh yeah, like no, don't get me wrong, it's not the only one. It's just, I like the extra little bit of survivability, especially in the early game. You know, in the first like 15 minutes of the game, having that extra little bit of armor,
That's
magic
the thing,
resistance.
is the ability haste and attack speed are flat. The armor and
True,
magic resistance is percentage.
it's
so.
percentage. You're right.
Yeah. Well,
this is why you're the big brain here.
You see, we're trying to pop an
Brains the
emote, but if you take damage, the emote disappears. So I know all about these emote interactions. And we do see Knight moving up, so first move coming out here. Obviously, the Twisted Fate would be able to follow, so not going to look for anything. But ultimately, this Aurelia is ahead in terms of farm, has the assist gold from that first blood. This is all positive things, because if that Aurelia gets strong, it's amplified so much by the Renata.
And again, big eyes, big magnifying glass goes on to Rookie. Rookie, the man who we know can make massive plays, can be considered one of the greatest players to ever play it. Whenever the conversation comes in, it's like, yes, Faker's number one. Who's number two? It's always Rookie in that conversation. We need to see him step up, and on something like this Twisted Fate, the playmaking ability available to you, it has to come out in this game. He has to make something happen.
And I'll put some emphasis on this as well. V5 composition doesn't hold up as well in the later stages, right? TF spikes really hard in 2 items when he has the long-range rapid-fire cannon stun card into the Everfrost. But also, if you look at that composition, right, the only AP damage is Twisted Fate, and he doesn't do a ton of damage unless he's really far ahead. He's more about the utility, and especially against an Aurelia. Aurelia's W reduces physical damage by an absolute ton. If she ends up getting like a death stance as well, you just won't have the damage to cut through her, especially as, again, this is a lethality champion in Isaiah. So if V5 fall behind, I think this game is just going to be doomed. The later it goes, the harder it gets. So really, I am looking at them to start finding those windows. And as you go deeper into the game than that 2-item spike, that is where I'll start feeling more and more concerned. For now, though, gold is still close. We see Knight picking up the blue buff there. And ultimately, other than that first initial gank in the top side, not too much has come out of this game. It has been a bit more slow-paced.
Has definitely been a bit more tempered comparatively. And it's top esports who have got themselves a little bit of a cushion. They're the ones 2-1 up in the series. They're the ones who are eyeing down a rematch with RNG in Saturday's final. Top esports going to be the team that maybe, you know, a lot can be learned. We said last year in 2021, both teams who ended up winning spring and summer split ran from the lower bracket. So,
and top esports have gotten the most playoffs out of any of the teams in playoffs, right? They have had such a long run. Actually meant they had an even longer run than if they won, right? And so they've just constantly had to battle, which there's two sides to it. One, everyone gets to scout out your team and see exactly what's going on.
And fatigue.
Yeah, fatigue's also a factor, but we have had some decent breaks between them, and ultimately it feels like the team has grown a lot over the course of those games.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see now top esports starting off the Rift Herald, but
Everyone's
V5
here,
here. This could be a 5v5 straight up. There's the Destiny Gate. They have all got the pieces revealed. Now, the Rift Herald will be taken. Scatter of the Week is good to keep Karsa away, but they cannot collect. They have to be very careful of Rich going mega and getting a massive Gnar into the wall. This is very tenuous for the side of top esports. Tien's just going to walk in, but here we go! That was massive from the side of V5, but can they get the kills off the back of it? They lose 1 or 2, and they're trying to still push this one forward. Gold card star would land as Wayward needs to get himself out of here. The flash forward from the Photic ED carry as he tries to put it down. There's still decent damage here. Flash in, cleanse, use, scatter the weak. The unleashed power takes away Photic, and in what looked like a fantastic fight for V5, Top Esports turned it on its head.
I cannot believe that we had the biggest, the best Gnar ult of the entire split, and V5 still lose the fight. They don't have the follow-up damage. We're going to have a replay. This was absolutely humongous from Rich. Gets his massive 4-man ultimate into the stun, but the ultimate, the hostile takeover from the Renata, perfect to dissuade, to buy some time. We even get Knight reviving as well with the ultimate, with the burst to finish that target, and then kiting back. Wayward, so low, slithers of health, but ultimately cooldowns come up for Top Esports. They manage to get the CC in. Knight deletes Photic, and PP God trying to create space for his AD carry also goes down. Disaster. I think I was looking at that, I was like, oh my god, V5, you've done it. You found the window, but for Top Esports to hold strong and turn it around, and in particular Mark, kept Knight alive, the ultimate as well, bought time, and now Top Esports looking for more here.
Yeah, they do have TN coming down. He doesn't have, he does have his ultimate available to him, should he want to try and use it, but they haven't got the wave right now. They are waiting for Knight as well, so here we go. They're just going to try and catch out to Photic, and yeah, nothing he can do, nowhere for him to go. He's dead, and honestly, this is getting so much worse. No way!
Wayward!
No way! Wayward! Wayward! You are a monster! 2v1, and he gets 2 kills!
Let's go! Wayward 1v2 under tower, turns it around, pops a crying Amumu, but it's not for him, it's for V5. 3,000 gold down, 8-1 in this game. V5 are frontrunners from the regular season of falling apart, and we're going to get a replay. Meganov for Rich makes it look like it's going to be the game plan, but Wayward ends up soaking so much damage with that W, uses the minions for a reset and a beautiful stun.
God.
Oh, flawless execution. Remember, this is a rookie player coming in, and as your team is making plays on the bot side, you deliver, you outplay in the top side.
He just finessed on them. That's a solo queue streamer highlight reel. That doesn't happen in pro play, let alone the last game you have to play before making it to the finals of the LPL, the current holders of MSI and the World Championship.
And now he's 2 levels up on Rich, right? Rich has just hit level 9 now to make the difference, but now it's Top Esports' chance to turn things around.
He's dead. There's nothing he can do. There's nowhere for him to go. He knows everyone's just corralling into him, and he's going to fall. Wayward now 4-0 and 3. V5 are in a hole, and there's just a giant Top Esports burying them alive right now. And you talked about the 2-item spike. I don't even think they get to the 2-item spike.
I'm not sure they will, right? And the fact that Top Esports, the Aurelia was the pivotal piece. If you get this Aurelia ahead with the Renata on side, it's so hard to find a window in. And now Top Esports, it is their game to set. They can set the pace. And Wayward's looking for more, but won't find it there. You can slow down though. Herald's been thrown in top lane. Jackie Love picking up some extra gold. It is a substantial lead for Top Esports. And if they win this, that is them into the finals. But there's 2 caveats I want to throw in. One, it's Cloud Soul. Not exactly the biggest game changer. Even in this series, we've seen Cloud Souls given up when Infernal Souls felt they had to be contested. Secondly, Top Esports have thrown away a lot of games before, but they're looking for more. Photic has to ult.
He has to ult. He has to try and get himself away. Does cleanse very nicely. Double knock up there from the side of the support of V5. Keeps his AD carry alive. The Destiny Gate was used to try and see where everybody was, but not going to be channeled. So you've lost a lot of different potential tools available to you now, V5. Top Esports, they're revving the gears. They're pushing down the pedal to the metal and seeing if they can make something happen. I don't know who can take on, or anyone can take on Wayward. Even 1v3, I think I gotta favor him.
Yeah, I mean, he is so strong. He's got tenacity, I believe, in his runes, so he's actually gone for the Ninja Tabby. Yes, the CC from V5, but the thing is, you know, your W on a relay, you can actually channel it while you're CC'd and it'll reduce the damage. They're just not going to be able to kill him, right? And even if you do kill him, if Renata is anywhere near, he's just going to be able to revive as soon as he gets that takedown. So things are looking rough for V5. It is damage control mode. I think the play has to be looking for picks, right? Find someone isolated, use the Twisted Fate ultimate to lock them down.
Oh, Gianni's coming on the flank.
He's coming in, and Photic doesn't have ult, doesn't have cleanse, has got flash, trying to see if he can get himself out, but he cannot. Wayward now, 5, 0, and 3. Look at the synergy between the top and the jungle. 5, 0, 3, 0, and 5, and now Rookie has to be very careful, lands the stun card onto Knight, but this is going from bad to worse. A 5.5, nearly 6,000 gold lead in favor of Top Esports, 10-1 in kills, 2 dragons up. It's just... you need a miracle. I'm just going to say it right now. You know, it's super early. You need a miracle. Karsa, you need to leave. You're not the one who needs to be here right now. Rich will be going mega very soon, but a flash from Karsa won't have that tool available to him. And again, it's little things that just aren't going for V5.
And it just feels like they're trying to play on the opposite side to Top Esports. So Top Esports just move over to shut it down. This Irelia is going unchecked in the bot lane. 5-0-3 Blade Rune King completed. There's not much they can do. And Karsa's going to shatter Rich, but Knight should just be able to... oh, they are looking.
They are going to try and just commit to him right now and see if they can take him out, but there's going to be the hostile takeover, trying to just turn this one right in. Yes, you kill off the mid laner, but you lose so much more, and now Wayward knows he's by himself on this bot side, doesn't even have any mana. He does not care, because he's going to force out everything from the side of V5.
And then just disengages, right? Forcing more and more from Rookie. That topside play was nearly an absolute disaster, because they nearly got the reset for Knight to actually respawn and come back in. Thanks to Renato W.
Oh, we're going to go into the top side now. Jackie Love does get the cleanse and the flash, but he's dead. There's nothing you can do. And that 2v2, you just have to accept your fate. But good from V5, but it needs to be so much better. They need so much more if they want to try and bring this one back.
Yeah, I'm glad they're being proactive, because you need to be, right? This composition is not one where you can sit back and hope that you'll be able to bring it back in the later stages. So they are trying to find these angles, but it's not always succeeding. There's one on the top side. You see Mark does everything he can to try and keep Knight alive, right? So gets in just in time to W him.
Oh.
And they nearly get the reset. Just a split second later, we see Rich die. If Knight had survived a tiny bit longer, if you'd been able to turn it around, that would have been an absolute disaster for V5. But they do manage to at least trade 1 for 2, and they get the kill in the mid lane. But it's not good, right? It just means it wasn't as much as a disaster as it could be. And now Top Esports will look for that second Herald. Dragon is up on the map as well, and it feels like they want everything.
They want everything. They can have everything right now. If it's a straight 5v5, you're just going to lose. Wayward can keep himself very healthy with a Gore Drinker, Blade the Ruin King combination, and he will maybe get Rich getting this tower on top side, so a good acceleration of gold going over to the side of V5, but he's going to lose his life for it. It's still worth it in terms of net gold, but I don't think you're going to be able to do anything else here, Rich. I'm pretty sure you're just dead.
I feel like I've seen that image so many times with Tian and the volley bear looping around that wall to collapse top.
Every time.
Yeah,
like,
Rich is 0-6 now, by the way.
They're going to try and jump on the Jackie Love again. There's going to be the Moonlight Vigil to try and turn it back onto Rookie. We'll try and just dissuade him out. But again, it's just Top Esports saying, look, for everything that V5 do, it costs them so much more than when Top Esports do it.
And Rich is 0-6 now, right? This is literally, this matchup was going to go one way or the other, and it's gone so heavily in favor of Wayward. Excellent play from him himself, but also the team knowing to put resources into it. This is why I love this Irelia pick that came out. They gave him the counter pick, they gave him the opportunity, and instead of going for a safe matchup just to farm up, he went for one to punish. Now, TP is available. They're setting up for Dragon, but this could be a disaster for V5.
This could be a disaster. You can see the TP coming in. There's a hostile takeover. Doesn't really do a lot, but he's on the backside. The Vanguard's head is good, but can he get any kills off it? That's the question. It's a bit of an extended fight. The Volibear goes gold, and Tien is going to drop now after this. Never mind. He gets a flash away. They're surviving by the skin of their teeth. V5 are still fighting back.
Oh, I cannot believe I saw him flashing in with the ult. I thought this is it. This is go time. V5 do a good job at disengaging. And now it's Top Esports feeling unconfident. How? You're 6,000 gold up. Get in there, but looks like V5 are going to secure it.
They're going to get it. They'll stop the dragon stacking. Like you said, though, not the most impactful soul in the world. But hey, you take anything you can possibly get if you're V5.
And the objective bounty,
and the objective bounty. They will be able to mitigate that gold they just lost in the mid lane. Still a 6,000 gold lead for Top Esports. But it can't just be run your head against the wall and break through it. You have to think about these engages.
You have to find the better opportunity, because that just didn't work. The hostile takeover was been a little bit unnecessarily by Mark. We have the big ultimate from Wayward, but the disengage came through. Ultimately, just shows, you know, it's not a guaranteed automatic win on every team fight. You do have to find the right angle of approach, but V5, you know, it was enough to survive.
enough to get the Dragon, they still need to do so much to get back in this game, and the clock is ticking. We're approaching the 2-item spike, right? Xayah 2 items, Twisted Fate 2 items, definitely a strong point, but it doesn't really fix the problem with this Aurelia. I feel like if Aurelia goes Death Stance here, she's just immortal for the rest of the game.
I mean, yeah. Again, you don't have any magic resistance at all, or magic damage at all from the side
it's
of
only the Twisted Fate. And the thing is, Death Stance, it does its job against magic damage, right?
It still does.
You have so much armor.
Take a breath. Let's take a breather. V5 are not out of it just yet. They're in a pretty deep hole. And Top Esports are still piling in the dirt on top of them.
I've seen Top Esports throw.
I was just about to say, they have thrown it, but not when you're able to 1v1 like that. I mean, you're 0-7 as Rich. What are you supposed to do?
Not be there?
I guess.
think is the angle.
Yeah, we're going to see them maybe try and go for this. The other weak does land there onto the Rakan.
Oh my
the
lord.
Rakan is dead. We'll get the final auto attack there from Mark, and now they can maybe turn and burn for the Baron.
Yeah.
Drop Shelly and then go straight for her bigger brother.
Yeah, just go for it. I mean, there's not really much. There's so much space to approach. The fact you could be walking into a stun from the Syndra. They have the Destiny at least as a tool, but I think this is probably just gone.
Yeah, they're going to maybe look for some kind of take on the backside of this. They know Knight is trying to keep away Carson's the only reason they can stay in this game. Carson needs to get into the pit and try and make something happen. Destiny Gate's going to reveal where everybody is, and you can see the subtle. They're trying to get Carson in. He's trying so desperately to be close to this, and Top Esports are delaying it because they know they can't just take it just yet. Now they will secure it, and they get themselves back, and the Scatter of the Week will land. Carson now running for his absolute life, and everyone running straight down the mid lane. Wayward gets one kill. That's onto Photic. The Moonlight Vigil goes way wide, but you can get aggressive with this. You can get a little bit too aggressive, and that's going to be a massive shutdown going over. The hostile takeover is good only for a little bit, but look at Jackie Love. He's so damn big. As I say that, he gets taken out. You're still underneath the tower there, Top Esports. You lose 2, you gain 3. It's scrappy, but Top Esports look like they're having fun.
Definitely an overstep from Top Esports, but I don't think it's enough really for V5 to come back. 1,000 gold shutdown goes to Rich. But he's still going to be down in gold compared to Wayward. We'll see a replay of the fight that sort of came out the back of this. Oh, no, this is that 1v1. I mean, the stun comes in blind. You use the jump, but Aurelia's going to be able to gap close twice. There's just no way.
Yeah.
Then this replay, I think Top Esports do a fantastic job of taking the Baron slowly and making sure there's no chance for a steal. But this does end up turning into a bit of an overchase in the extended play. I think the Photic kill is completely fine. You know he doesn't have ultimate. But then it goes a bit further. You see the Narbar stacking up stacking up, and Wayward still goes to the tower. It's a little bit unnecessary. And then on top of that, Jackie Love just really feeling himself a little bit too much on this one. So, you know, it's an overstep. It's a misplay. There's still 8,000 gold ahead.
That was with it, 1,000 gold shutdown going over to Rich, who hasn't been feeling super rich right now. We will see the feathers being drawn back, though. 2 people stunned up, Tien and Mark. Not quite able to get the kill, but you know who is able to get the kill? Knight. 1v1 against the Gnar.
This is just like...
Yeah.
I feel like this is just like the 369 series where
the
last
100%.
game was just... kind of feeling a little bit that way in this one because we are just seeing domination from Top Esports and Rich is not having a fun time.
No, we can even see it in the picture-in-picture.
Oh my lord.
But like, his Merc Treads, what's that going to do? What is that actually going to do against a Shadow
My advice,
Flame?
don't leave the fountain so you can't get 10 deaths.
Yeah, when you're hitting double-digit deaths, that's... it's not a good time with Baron buff still going for 45 seconds. They're going to be able to push in towards this bot side, maybe even take themselves and break open that inhibitor. And while that's happening, Wayward pushing into that mid lane. He's almost got himself up to his 3rd item. You got to make a call here. There's the Moonlight Vigil. Just pepper everybody's health bars down. Oh my, I say pepper down. Photic just gets so much damage down onto him. He can't even help his team. This feels all but done.
And that's
Top
10.
Esports are just going to rout, to bury V5. The #1 team in the regular split will be knocked out. Top Esports will be granted their rematch with RNG, and in what a fashion.
Absolutely crushing it. Still fishing for kills on the fountain. We see Wayward go in, not caring about the KDA. But this is Top Esports after some series where it was hit or miss, getting knocked down into the losers bracket. They're going to be able to deliver and get to the finals.
This is a huge statement game. Honestly, they got to be a bit careful. Gonna wait till the final one happens. There we go. They finally get the last kills, and that's going to be the game and the series. Top Esports. What a way. 2 games in a row. They smashed V5.
And I think especially game 1, they got stomped.
Yep.
Game 2, I was like, wow, why is it so hard for top esports to win a game? And then game 3, they just destroyed them. In game 4, it just felt like they ramped up over the course of the series. And this last game, it just didn't even feel like there was any hope for V5. Honestly, phenomenal performance. Wayward, monster on that Aurelia in that game. And I think, they kind of learned some weaknesses from the side of V5. One, Rookie's champion pool can be targeted because he's such a big piece of V5's success. And 2, the Xayah, when they started taking the Felios, forcing Photic on the Xayah, it was pretty clear there's a reason they haven't been picking it. It's a reason they haven't been relying on it. And finally, when a team says, no, we'll take the Felios, suddenly things started to fall apart. But what a glow up over the course of the season as well. We saw top esports have a rough start and then go on this massive winning streak.
Yeah, they started 2-4. They were roughly we were kind of thinking maybe this team isn't even going to make playoffs. Or if they do, they'll be kind of like the 7th to 10th spot of things, and they weren't much higher than that, to be perfectly honest. But it was just kind of a slow build up, building confidence. Tien and Knight back on the same team. They were kind of old teammates from the LDL, and now kind of went their separate ways, and then come back now onto top esports. It feels like top esports have finally found, in the great words of our Lord and Savior Munchables, the mojo, shall we say. And now they've earned themselves a rematch with RNG.
Yeah, and now no one can say Orcs will get 7 predictions wrong in a row.
You gave me 6 in a row, but 7 is where he draws the line.
That's where I draw the line. Finally, I get my reward.
The power. But honestly, congratulations to Top Esports. What a turnaround. And honestly, they look like a better team, even from the point of playoffs. Like, we saw them in the game against RNG. A lot of mistakes, a lot of big problems, big glaring issues to try and sort out. It looks like they've kind of figured out a couple of them at least, and that's going to be an interesting one now for going into Saturday.
I feel like the RNG series was really worrying for Top Esports.
Hugely.
I feel like the way it happened, the fact they were winning the early games but couldn't close out, that felt really problematic. And I was like, man, if they lose games with this much of an advantage, I am struggling to see how they're going to be able to finish this out and come out successfully against V5. But the way they played this series makes me so optimistic for them in their rematch against RNG, because they were clinical in some of these games of closing out. This one, again, another smooth gold graph. Not a single moment where V5 had a gold lead. And Rookie, we said the goal is just to target him, put him in an uncomfortable matchup, limit his champion pool. This was not the TF impact we'd hoped for.
No, I think it's a bit upsetting, I think, as well, for someone like Rookie, a guy, again, who's been in that conversation of kind of, second best in the world, third best in the world ever to play the game. And it does feel like, even though everything came together for V5, they got a little found out. I feel like that, especially in the meta draft, when we talk about this, with Photic just not able to play the Xayah. And honestly, we didn't even say it was basically Xayah and Felios the entire series in this best of 4, basically.
Honestly, for the most part, it's been Xayah, Felios throughout playoffs, right? Jinx hasn't really shown her face. There's been occasions, right? And what was cool is that Photic was willing to bring out the MF, and I thought we'd see more of that, things like that come in. Instead, he said, no, I can't play the Xayah. And to be fair, I don't think you can really lump the entire game on him on his Xayah.
Absolutely not.
But it's clear that Top Esports knew there were weaknesses in the draft. I think this is something Lyric spoke about extensively. He's probably going to mention it when we go to the analyst desk. But when you were looking at the draft,
he's not going to mention it now, just to spite you.
when you look through the drafts of V5, there were definitely some problems. There were definitely some things that were exposable, and I think Top Esports are not the only team to necessarily look at it, but the best to do so.
Yeah, honestly, and again, cannot give any more praise towards Top Esports, but this is just going to be a fantastic final. I am so hyped for it. That is all the time myself and the fantastic Mr. Ox have. We're going to send it back over to Munchables and the gang to break down that series.
Well, the British boys on the caster team do it again. Top Esports predictions coming through big. A 3-1 in the end. The mojo diff coming out on top. And I know you guys, you were kind of upset by the series, not even just by the result of it, but just the one-sided nature of each of the games going through. It felt like these last couple of games were just destruction from Top Esports. I mean, Jordan, I feel like you were slumping into a state of depression towards the end of things.
Again, the result, whatever. Like, whichever team goes to finals, I just want a good finals. So whether it's like good gameplay or a fun fiesta, like back and forth, every game was decided in the early game. It's like we get 15 minutes in and there's a 7K gold lead already. There's just, man, it's just so sad. It's so rough. It's so depressing, Dag, to talk about it. I can't talk about it. It hurts.
Yeah. It's even like where you think, oh, well, like say in game 3, right? You're like, oh, well, V5 have a really good draft. They can just play for late. They're all going to be good. And then we just kind of get it tossed away. And then in this game as well, right? I thought the draft was real funky. Like seeing the Twisted Fate come in against the Syndra, you're like, when do you ever get priority here? Then you end up a counter pick on the top side as well. You got a good jungle
Bot
matchup
lane's
at the
a
end.
winning
It's like,
lane. Like,
yeah, it's like, what do you do? Like, how do you even think that you're going to be able to play through this? Like, it just didn't make any sort of sense to me.
This game especially, right? Yeah. Top esports not only have winning lanes, they also outscale. They also win sides. They also win team fights. It's rough.
Yeah. I mean, there's just nothing that I could really look at and go, hey, look, this is where V5 can come back into this. And again, I felt like this was a lot of it for, the entire way through this series was like, oh, well, we've either flipped it in the first few minutes and now there's just a eventual winner that we're just waiting for. Like even game 1 where Victory 5 got the early lead and, because we got that Galio was able to roam it and then we're just slowly waiting for V5 to end the game. And it just was just kind of drawn out, boring, and not exactly what we wanted to see. Honestly, I think from either of these teams, pretty sloppy across both sides.
Yeah, one thing I will say, Karsa, the only LPL jungler aside from Tien himself to play Tien's FPX Lee Sin skin, played at both of these games, lost both of them. Tien took that personally across the course of this series, but Tien was not the MVP coming out of game number 4. It was Wayward up in the top side. What a game on Aurelia. The 2v1 under the tower was absolutely immaculate. Obviously, went a little too aggressive at times, but even still, phenomenal game, and just great to see Wayward bringing this pick out. This is the first time we see Wayward play Aurelia in the LPL, and what a debut.
Yeah, I mean, he looked absolutely incredible. And it was nice to see that he had this counter pick kind of in the back pocket for the Gnar, because you could see a lot of stuff kind of creeping up in the draft a bit. Like, okay, well, what do we actually want to try and blind pick in the top lane? You got, like, Tryndamere bans pretty much across the board for the series, apart from the last game. And, I mean, you could see there they were kind of hesitant to take the Gnar into this series, but Wayward able to bring out the Aurelia, an absolute bodied Rich. And it really did just start with this early gank from Tien. And once Wayward got control over the lane, there was just absolutely no stopping.
I gotta say, for Rich in this clip, it is so depressing that you have the best snarl of the split, but your team can do absolutely nothing. But going back to Wayward, right? If his regular season performance didn't cement that this guy is gonna find himself on a starting roster, maybe even just saying a top roster for years to come, I think his playoffs performances so far definitely have. Even in games and series where he's fallen behind. Heck, the last time they played against V5, Rich was destroying him. Still always finds a way to come back, have an impact in some way, and always going for the mental warfare. Again, the emotes just never really letting down. And yeah, I mean, even just going past draft or going past how the series went out, Wayward really did just have a phenomenal mechanical performance in this game.
And I think especially in the final game of each series against Rich, it was Wayward coming out on top, right? The final game in the upper bracket between the two teams, it was game number 5, and Wayward managed to get multiple solo kills on Rich when he was playing the Malphite against Kennen. This game as well, Wayward just completely destroying Rich on the top side. Rich having a really tough game. And it does break my heart that Rich finishes his split on this performance. Like, obviously his playoffs have not been fantastic, but when you think back to the whole split Rich has had, he actually had a really great split for himself. I think he proved himself in a lot of games in a lot of ways across the course of this split, and I feel like a lot of fans are going to walk away with a very, very negative view of Rich, which I don't think is representative of the whole split that he's had, Doctor.
No, I think definitely not, right? And it just always happens, right? Whether we were actually talking about this before coming onto broadcast, right? Whether it's 369 in their last series, Rich now, even looking at like LNG and their late, it's so sad to see players defined by their last series. I get it. It is the most recent thing. It's just right there in your memory. But yeah, I mean, through a majority of the split, Rich played well. And I mean, V5 as a whole, right? V5 came into playoffs as the favorites and just sadly weren't able to deliver on the day.
Yeah, and I mean, even in this series as well, right? Like Rich actually, Rich had that a phenomenal ultimate. Like if that would be a game-changing ultimate 9 times out of 10. But unfortunately, like the game had already gone so astray at that stage that, Photic doesn't have any follow-up damage. Mark gets a really good Renata ult across the team, which stops Mark having the follow-up. Like, it just felt like it was a comedy of mistakes and errors that kind of came through on V5 and, unfortunate circumstances that kind of messed
And
him
Wayward's
up,
a Chad.
Yeah. Yeah, and Wayward's
Wayward
a
is
Chad,
an absolute Chad. Wayward is a Giga Chad, as it were. Let's take a look at our bracket, though, because, chaps, that is just about going to round up our day and almost rounds up our playoffs. Top Esports are going the distance. They are one series away from the maximum amount that they can play during playoffs. This will be their 6th playoff game, and it will be the finals up against RNG, a rematch from that upper bracket final, which RNG won 3-1. That's going to be happening in 3 days' time on the 23rd. I mean, gentlemen, do you have any predictions? Do you have any opening thoughts about what we're going to see in that series? Because I feel like Top Esports have changed expectations in the series against V5. Have they swayed your opinions of Top Esports across the course of the last 4 games? Dagda, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of more up in the air now about which way this was going to go. Leading into this, I was like, look, RNG probably going to beat either V5 or Top Esports, whoever they go up against. But I think Top looking far more solid in this game. We saw the game 2 where they struggled a little bit to close out, but the early leads that Top Esports were able to get were a big issue for RNG, and RNG were able to fight back. But if you end up with Top Esports looking as clean as they did here, well, maybe you don't get that opportunity as RNG, but if RNG can shore up their early game, I think it should be an RNG win.
Yeah, I feel like RNG's problems are a lot more fixable in terms of just, solidifying their early game, whether it's like looking at your jungle pathing with Way, figuring out like some sort of matchups, even just maybe altering your identity, playing around your strong bot lane that has been performing. But for TS, I mean, the fact that they should have won every game last time, I think I'm still just going to end up predicting Top Esports to win. The only thing I hope is that we have a better series. We have some stronger gameplay. We have, a team that we can believe in going into MSI.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that final sentiment right there. It's 3 days until we get our finals for LPL. Almost a full month of playoffs after the delays, but we are almost there. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you once again to Ashina and Orcs for commentating the games, walking us through the action. Thank you to the whole production crew, and of course to Dagda and Lyric. That's going to be it from us today. We'll see you all in chat in 3 days' time for our grand finals.